Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm late. I hope you can hear me. I hope you can see me. Let me check this. We'll find out as soon as I see chat. Tell me if you can hear or see me. That would be a good thing to know. Oh, yeah, I can hear myself. That is good to know. Hey, Aura, how are you doing? I am okay. I'm just slightly late because I got sidetracked by stuff, which happens way too often. And then I checked my time and I'm like, oh, fuck. Stuff is late. Now, that sounds like a fun game, Apollo. The big question there is any allergies, and are you either vegan or vegetarian? So I should not, start telling you to buy stuff that I should probably not tell you and automatically trigger. Yes, it's working. Wonderful. How are you doing, Ori? Wonderful. Jin, how are you doing? Great to see you. Wonderful. Hey, Jeroen, how are you? Wonderful. Alicia, how are you? Yeah. See, this is a very, very calm and collected chat. I'm and Hangout. See, Jeroen? I'm even drinking tea. No, for now, But I figured we'll start this off on a relaxed note. We'll see how long it takes. How has your weekend been so far? Did you do fun things? Did you read good books? Did you, I don't know, set shit on fire? I guess that's still, if you did so, I hope you did so in a calm and collected way, right? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm recovering from a cold, which is mostly gone, but I'm still coughing up phlegm and all of that. So that's still a bit of a problem. But that stuff just takes time. You can't do much about that. Hey, Phil, how are you doing? Hey, Chantel, how are you? That's wow. 2 books. Which books did you finish yesterday? Hey, Colton, how are you? Wonderful. I just finished a book today. I finally finished The Devil is Here in These Hills, West Virginia's coal miners and their battle for freedom. It's a history book. It's a really good one. I can only recommend it. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun going back to playing Sims 4. I mean, how old is that game now? I don't even want to know, right? But yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun going back and playing that game. Oh yeah, right. You're part of that group read thing with Darko and with Britain, right? Alicia, with if Beale Street could talk. You did shorten your YouTube name. I noticed. Hello, Kadia. How are you? That sounds really good. Let's switch from tea that I just had to because I'm out of tea and I think it's time to do something else. Cheers, everybody. See, I don't have any plants anymore. I used to have one. I mean, it's still standing up in our living room, and it's been dead for years, but it's basically At this point, I'm basically waiting for it to turn into like a fossil, because I don't know. It it grew massively for like a plant. It's one of those fun things. Like years and years and years ago, my partner at the time gave this to me, um, when they were really angry at me, and was like, here's something, so you learn to take care of something for once. And they gave me that plant. I know I promptly forgot to do much about it, and it grew despite my best efforts. And but like, I don't know, 2 years ago or whatever, it finally died after turning from like one of those small, like, $2 bought somewhere on a sale plants into like a almost like a meter 20 high kind of monstrosity. So I feel vindicated, and I guess they can also feel vindicated by now. All right. Oh yeah, right. The Trans-Siberian one, right? That's the one that you were reading, Ori. Yeah, crunchy plants is a is a good way of calling it. Yeah, that's true. That's a very good way of putting it. Yeah, and I did go grocery buy shopping earlier today, and I did buy a bottle of rum because I was out of rum, and if I want to make more pirate videos, as long as I still have my pirate look, I need to get supplies. Yeah, that's a good question. What my next read is, Alicia. So I basically have a couple of options. Option one is finishing Blood and Mistletoe by Ronald Hutton, which is not a Christmas murder mystery, but in fact a history of the Druids, and that's a very interesting book. I already started it, and like last week, I was super confused because I had a cold, and that doesn't necessarily help me focus. So I started like 3 books at the same time, and I'm now sort of getting through those, but I currently have no fiction book that I'm reading. So I might hold off on finishing the Blood and Mistletoe one, and going back to rereading Revenger by Alistair Reynolds, which is well, teenage girl space pirates, which is really good, and that would be the next one for the Pirate Winter video series where I talk about pirate books. Oh, that's a nice thing. The Malazan ebook bundle of holding, or whatever, Humble Bundle is back. Bundle of holding being the one for the tabletop RPG stuff. Is it just Malazan Book of the Fallen, or what else is in there this time around, Ori? Because I obviously haven't checked. Hey, also, but yeah, good to know if anyone is still looking for a relatively well, probably the best way of getting a lot of Malazan ebooks in one fell swoop. That might just be the one. Wait, I think I know about that one, Jeroen. I think I read about it in Farah Mendelssohn's Rhetorics of Fantasy. I think it was mentioned there when she was talking about liminal fantasy, probably liminal fantasy, or the other one, the oh God, is it called intrusive fantasy? So I think it's called intrusive fantasy. See, I already forgot most of what I read about that like last year. Or was it over a year ago, 2 years ago? God's brains, who has them, right? But I seem to remember the name there. Ah, well, Kadia will be very, very happy that you start reading a book by Percival Everett there, Alicia. Also, the next one will be Revenger by Alistair Reynolds, which I don't know what's on the cover there, but I assume it's a spaceship. Ooh, Dancer's Lament. That's a really fun book because it's all about how poor Dancer is annoyed by hanging out with a young and somewhat overconfident mage. Yeah, yeah. That's why I mean intrusive in that regard. But it's as I said, it's been a while since I read that book by Farah Mendelssohn. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was going to say something and then I forgot because brain. Which book have you heard of also? The Eraser or Revenger? Um, I have not read Swan Song, Kadia. No, so she has like Rhetorics of Fantasy has four types of fantasy, and they are well, liminal fantasy is one for which she uses what's it called? Yeah, Wizard of the Pigeons by Robin Hobb as one of the examples. So it's the ones where the fantastic sort of like the border between the fantastic and the non-fantastic is sort of well vague and liminal, right? And then there was like I don't think she calls it portal fantasy. Um, Yeah, as I said, I would have to look it up again because my brain is blanking on it right now. But just like those four, one is basically the full second world fantasy where you have like basically exploration in a lot of ways, um, and then there is yeah the portal fantasy, and then you have like basically the ones where like the fantastic is intruding into our world, and it's more like fighting that back sort of, and yeah, I think those are the four like intrusion, portal, and something else. Yeah, there's two more also, and it's liminal intrusion and two more, and I would have to look them up, which maybe is something I should not do while streaming. Oh yeah, immersive is one, and then there's like a fourth one. Hey Bex, how are you doing? Yeah, yeah. So yeah, immersive, intrusive, and yeah, liminal, and one more that I would need to look up again. And I mean, I should probably reread the book anyway because it's a really good book. And now that I've finally read Wizard of the Pigeons, I can probably understand her argument even better. Oh yeah, Portal Quest. Thanks. Immersive, intrusion, and liminal. Yes, exactly. Thanks. Thanks, Ori. Oh yeah, but well, I mean, it was kind of weird that YouTube just like auto switched the my settings to that. And it's like, hey, why? And it just automatically started with like the German AI voice over, and I'm like, holy shit! But because it is about Nietzsche, and Nietzsche is so explicitly German, I was like, it's philosophy tube doing like a bit here, and then oh no, no, it's not. It's literally that thing. So it took me a second to figure that out. But it was very, very annoying. In general, though, a lot of these like translations are still incredibly bad. I had like another one that was really ridiculous this morning. Oh yeah, right. It's the what's her name? Angela, Literary Science Lines video, the Friday reading video that she put out. And in German, it turned it into one word, which is Freitagslesung. The thing is, Lesung is the gerund of read, so it is technically correct translated from reading, but Lesung in German has a very specific religious connotation. It's basically only for readings from the Bible, right? And I'm like, wait, has Angela turned religious all of a sudden, or what's happening there? So yeah, context matters when you translate because language is human language is context sensitive, which is something you probably would have everyone should know, even people. I mean, especially people who do programming stuff, because I assume they learn about programming languages and Chomsky language hierarchies and shit like that. Well, maybe only we did that at university. Who knows? Hey, hey, the Demidrack has entered the chat. Well, Jay Palmer, I did not want to start the conversation on that right now. I would disagree, but that's very much about definitions of innocence and so forth. So there's that. And we'll definitely, well, I'm sure we'll get to the whole like Daniel Green thing, whether we want to or not. But no, he's not innocent. I mean, beyond a very specific legal definition, and we don't do law here because I am not a legal scholar, much less a legal scholar for American law. Yeah, I guess I should get back get the tea back on screen, right? No, I'm sure we'll get there. I personally, I'm still working or thinking about making a video on the whole situation, by which I mean I would talk about the sort of larger fallout for the for BookTube as a part of YouTube, and not like anything specific, because their stuff gets very difficult, and at the end of the day, I don't want to take away any attention from the people that matter. In this case, that's Naomi, and anything else. Yeah, but I think it's important for us as people that hang out mostly on YouTube and mostly talk about books to think about what that actually means for the larger community, and how we engage with people and how we engage with topics in a lot of ways. Because I think in a lot of ways, BookTube has sort of pretended to not be a part of like larger social media in a lot of ways, and I think that's sort of like self-declared independence, or whatever you want to call it, that has been shattered, no matter what the laws, the legal fallout of this will be, or anything else of the sorts. Like, we can't keep pretending that we're not part of the larger social media machine with everything that comes with fame, power, and all of that stuff. That I think is important to look at, but for that I want to wait until everything has settled down a bit. Hey, wonderful. How you doing, Patrick? We haven't spoken in a long time. Although I know you're doing like a Malazan art challenge for the next month, right? You posted something on the Unabridged Bonus Discord. I remember getting a notification and then just deleting it because it was me waking up at like 3 a.m. and just like killing all notifications on my phone. No. I don't do art versus artist here. That's something that I would restrict for stone carvers being buried under their own marble, that kind of thing. If you're a sculptor and your own sculpture hits you, that's art versus artist, and usually in these cases, art wins. Um, but yeah, as I said, we'll probably we can't escape these kind of things, right? And I've certainly watched some videos. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, and this is the other part that we need to be aware of, that when we're talking about social media, right? Um, and public personas and all of that stuff, right? Public figures. The legal fallout is at this point very much out of anyone's reach. Probably will come to nothing. That's just like the case with most of, you know, allegations, and like with most cases of sexual assault, sexual violence, and so forth. So much of this will never actually have like any legal thing. It's very much like a fight in, the public court of opinion, because that's, once again, this is because we are, as booktube, part of the larger YouTube sphere, and in this case, I feel the thing is done unless someone comes up with a very, very definitive sort of you know um, proof that is so indisputable that it's very difficult to say anything about that afterwards, and that will not happen. So what you'll get is, a lot of people will take, most people will take sides on either one side, and then ignore anything that will come afterwards. And in the larger field of things, I feel, if you watch Daniel Green's last video that was uploaded before the whole thing came out, right? It is the video where he talks about the lessons he learned from writing books, and talks about how he's currently trying to get a trad publishing deal and not just do self-publishing anymore. And you can bet your ass that thing is off the table for now. So in that regard, no matter what else will happen, there has been some form of justice. Because if we're talking not legal but moral, yeah, guy's a piece of shit. What you gonna do? Being a piece of shit is not, illegal, unfortunately, but we're not doing law here, as I said. I can see some of your comments, Britain. Yes, maybe one got lost. In that case, I apologize, but Ooh, Siege of Kapistan sounds like well, not a lot of fun, but certainly an intense time. So yeah, that's where I am at the moment with the whole Daniel Green thing. I'm watching this Fallout, but it's interesting to see how the whole thing falls into like the same pattern that like similar situations fall into in like any other part of YouTube, whether it's, your leftist video essayists, your drama YouTubers, your, well, gaming is a bit different because it skews more toxically masculine, I would say. You have all of that, but the patterns is the same, right? Like someone comes out with allegations, people take sides, some people just jump on to make money out of it, and people feel the need to say something. Most people should probably just like shut up, and then it will probably just blow over in at least the public's eye, unless something more comes out. And I guess that's sort of like the thing that could still happen, right? With Naomi's video referencing them talking to like someone else who has had a similar experience. And in that case, if that person chooses to come forward, and if there are other people coming forward, then of course you have like a whole different pattern. But until then, I assume like in 1 or 2 weeks, we'll have found something else to get mad at on the internet, and this will hopefully just like move to places where it should be dealt with, by which I mean legal things. Hey Joe, how you doing? Yeah, but I'm sorry. I when I set this up this earlier today, I selected 1 hour earlier than usual, which I guess was a mistake. Sorry about that. I don't know. Oh, I do still remember the sad puppies, and there's certainly some overlap there, and the sad puppies and the rabbit puppies and all of that stuff. And I think that's one of the things that I've said that before, and I feel like this is something we'll have to reckon with and be aware of. That and BookTube has sort of lost the privilege of pretending that it's not part of like larger events at this point, and that means allegations of sexual assault against creators, but it also means attempts of very clearly right-wing political figures moving into all this space and trying to corrupt it and take it over and use it as the opening, sort of like the beginning of a specific pipeline into their politics. And there are people on BookTube right now who are doing exactly that. There's you know famous paladin of the Vogue, John Del Arroz, who has been banging on about Neil Gaiman, and then when Gaiman was off the table for a while, banging on about how terribly what's his face, Brandon Sanderson has failed and is obviously a sinner now and evil and so forth. And I'm sure it's just a matter. I mean, I think he has already jumped on the Daniel Green bandwagon at this point, and there's others like that out there. There are people out there who will use these things as like an entry point into very clearly political things, all the while claiming that this is obviously non-political, and we need to wake up and, well, not wake up, but like accept that this has always been the case, but it is way more explicit now, way more openly, because people, especially from the political right now, feel they can get away with it because they are in power. And I think like I got really upset yesterday about Mike from Mike's Book Reviews making a live stream calling it the BookTube is still a positive and good place live stream. And yeah, two things there, right? I'll talk about the right wing thing in a moment, and the other part. Yes, that's another part, right, Joe? It is incredibly tempting to to jump on that, and that, and what is important to understand here, I think, and what I feel obviously gets lost because we don't do nuance on the internet. That's not what the internet is for, right? Um, when I say it's tempting to say something, I don't mean it's that people are doing it merely just to make money. Because clearly, if I make a video on and put Daniel Green and or Naomi King, but most likely mostly Daniel Green in the title, I'm sure it'll get a lot of views, right? I can make ad money with that, and all of that, right? There is that financial temptation, obviously, but I don't think that's the main motive for most people on, the more like booktubish side of things, because most people here don't make enough money with this that it would count. But because we foster that idea of a community, a lot of people feel that they have to say something on, or feel the temptation to say something, by which I mean, like, as a booktuber, should I say something? I made a video about Daniel's first novel. Do I feel, and of course you feel for a moment that you have to say something because you're out here, and it's like, what do you do with that? So maybe the word temptation is not necessarily the correct way, because it has all these other connotations, right? But like, there is a sort of a soft pressure expectation, whatever, in most people's minds, that they should probably say something, position themselves in regard to what is going on. That's just like in there. And then of course there's always the lure of just like getting views and numbers, because this entire platform is built for us to get the numbers up, right? So all of that is in there. And yeah, I get it. I think it's not necessarily the best way of going about this unless you actually have something to say. Obviously, there were a bunch of people that just like had to say something, right? Murphy Napier I think her statement on her community tab was a really good one. Really appreciated that one. Jackson Dickard, who did like the Between Two Ferns stuff, that video was incredibly harrowing. But yeah, those people have no choice because their association is so close that yeah. Me, on the other hand, I don't have to say something. I don't have to make a video, so I didn't yet because I wait until I have something, where I feel that me saying something adds something. So that's just like, but my point here is that the system of social media that we engage in when we do YouTube stuff and when we, pretend we are part of a community, all of that stuff, right? That system leads to the creation or has like multiple incentives for people to make content on that subject. And some of them come from like a place of, honest the honest need to say something because we feel we have to, and some motives may be less morally pure, but the result is still the same. Tons of videos get made. The algorithm feeds into that, feeds it back, and then more people feel the need to say something, and suddenly, a lot of harm gets done. There's a lot of collateral damage just by virtue of like how these systems are set up. Um, well, Patrick, I have not paid too much attention to the Sanderson thing. I think the Sanderson hype is generally dying down because all hypes kind of died down, and fantasy's focus has moved on from when the last last Stormlight novel came out to romance, cozy fantasy, other themes, and I don't know, 1,500-page epic fantasy books are not the big seller that the entire industry is currently looking at, and he's losing that sort of like looser support that he had with the previous book. And that just allows people to step back and realize that maybe it's not, you know, the best thing ever written after all, and then you have obviously bad actors who go like, whoa, there's a gay kiss in there that is objectively evil, and or whatever, and call it woke and other things, and then that's what I mean when you have these like bad actors in there. And also you're right, whatever Alex that was, the Rosa or whatever, and Shadiversity. I think Shadiversity said something on the Brandon Sanderson thing, but I have not paid attention because I don't follow that guy. But yeah, there are people who will use that sort of as an entry point to create, to do basically right wing politics, reactionary right wing politics. They have always done that by claiming that they are not political, and it's important to understand that that is a malicious attack. That is something that has always been there, and them pointing at, say, left-leaning political people, or pointing out things that are seen as, progressive, left-leaning, whatever, right, and claiming that is political. What we are doing is non-political. They have very much skewed and biased any form of conversation, and I think it's important to see that now that those people are going fairly mask off. We should be honest about the fact that they are in fact political, and they have an agenda, and they have ideas that go beyond, well, I don't like a gay kiss in my Brandon Sanderson novel, to I don't like gay people. I also, don't like people of color, and all of the other things that someone like Shadiversity does believe in, right? That stuff is connected. It's not just, I didn't like that scene in that book, when, you can make all kinds of pseudo objective arguments of your like, hey, I just thought it was poorly written and all of that. So, no, what you really want to say is, I hate gay people. And they are getting more explicit about that. And what I think is important for the larger like book scene community is to understand that that's the point where we need to actually point fingers and go like, well, you're a homophobe. And do the things that kind of come with that, and not fall into that trap anymore if we have fallen into it before. Yeah. His the Eros videos are always showing up in my recommendations for whatever reason, and I have never watched a single one because I already knew that's not good. And it's like YouTube a while ago was starting showing me a like 3-year-old video about like the extremism of BookTube and the shocking lack of conservative booktubers, and I'm like, that was wrong 3 years ago. It is still very much wrong. BookTube is not extremist, or at least not in like any leftist sense of the word. Um, and there's no shocking lack of conservative booktubers. There's tons of conservative booktubers out there. They're all over the place. Most booktubers are either sort of like centrist liberal to conservative. That's what most, at least male epic fantasy booktubers are. That's just the fact of the matter, right? Not everyone is explicitly so, but most are at least tacitly so. Yeah. Yeah, of course, Jeroen. The Mike's branding is working really well. I think that's a problem, but you know, I mean, to be fair, Sanderson's books have always felt under-edited. That's just like a thing that has always been there. And I mean, I kind of get it. Like, he said that he doesn't like editing, and I understand that. I hate editing anything I write because I hate reading my own text. I totally get it, right? He just can get away with it more, or could get away with it in the last couple of years because he's Sanderson, and his stuff will sell no matter what. Same way that Stephen King gets away with not editing anything he writes, which is why you get all of these weird inconsistencies in his text where he contradicts himself because someone forgot to do like one final editing pass, and adjusting just names and colors and shit, and suddenly like, why does this doesn't make sense? You recognize the black car that was like a white car in like the last scene. That is not how that works, motherfucker. Yeah. But to go back to the mic thing, his live stream yesterday absolutely fucking pissed me off to like levels that are hard to explain. Because BookTube is still a positive and good place. Yeah, for you. You're a middle-aged white Texan Trump voting guy with a job in cis hetero male with a job in finance. I'm pretty sure stuff is pretty good and positive for you right now. And for everyone else, no. And that's sort of like the thing that we need to be aware of. There are a lot of people on BookTube, especially when it comes to fantasy BookTube, right? A lot of us are, doing fantasy BookTube videos, like me included, right? Are white dudes, very clearly, conforming to a lot of like traditional gender roles, doing all of that stuff. A lot of us are not exactly target number one of the current political shift. So we can ignore a lot of stuff and go like, yeah, this is still very positive and good because we don't talk about any of the stuff that is bad. We just like push it out and go like, no, 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 we're just reading this for fun. It's fine, right? And if you tell me that the book that I loved is actually, does have some not so good elements in it, well, please leave that out. I'm doing this as escapism. I have to confront politics every day. It's like, do you though, motherfucker? Do you really? Do you? No, you don't. All you have is maybe two people telling you in the news somewhere on like page 5 of the newspaper that you're reading that maybe trans people are dying. And you go like, that's spoiling my mood. I can't enjoy my expensive Black Rifle coffee now, can I? Because I just read that trans people are dying. Let's keep that away from BookTube, shall we? And that pisses me off so much because it's like the pinnacle of privilege, and a lot of people are there who do that, and you know it's frustrating. But that's kind of the problem, right? To put this into like a larger perspective, right, for a moment, right? Beyond me just really hating Mike, which I do with a relentless fury, but my point is a larger one, because there is clearly, as you said, as Jeroen said, there is a market for that, and it's working really well. And that's the whole thing, is right. You find people who are, because facing up to the fact that everything is going to hell, which we all kind of know, right? Even the most privileged people, well, beyond, like, I don't know, the 10 billionaires, and maybe everyone else knows that shit's not good, right? We know that the planet is on fire. There's wars everywhere. We all feel that things are not good, but we kind of we don't want to face that. So we focus on the stuff that is still good. And at this point, there are still enough people out there who can sort of separate that and go like, well, I want my safe space here. I want my safe space where I can talk about big white dudes with swords getting all the big boob women, right? I can still do that, and no one can tell me that it's wrong. And there's still enough people who can do that and throw everyone else under the bus. The problem is, of course, that this will change again and again and again, and that group will get smaller and smaller. We all know that, right? We know the whole, like, first they came for and so forth, but that is just the way it works in, like, in an authoritarian system. The more dangerous, or like more egregious part, is that you don't need actual fascists coming for the communists, the Jews, and so forth. In a system that is obviously constantly breaking down and ruining the lives of more and more people, you don't need actual people in uniform and jackboots coming and taking people away for that sort of like separation of groups and pushing the weakest ones off the boat. Basically, you can do that just like by systems stuff, and that is exactly what is happening right now. And Mike works because he is probably the most privileged booktuber that we have right now, in that regard, when it comes to just like accumulated privilege from all the things that he is, right. um so he can do that, and for now he has enough people who are willing to follow him for that, and take the basically opiate of well, entertainment opiate of hanging out with him and patting each other's backs on, like, that everything is still fine, because clearly it is for them. And we should not let that happen. We should not accept that as a good way of doing things. Now, to bring that back to the thing that I've said, like, in some live streams before, and generally, right, with the Daniel Green thing, it gets more explicit. BookTube's time of grace is over. This shit is over right now. We need to be more aware of that. We need to be active. We need to take a stand. We need to split up in groups. The people that are no longer, safe, that don't no longer feel safe on BookTube and don't think it's a positive place anymore, because the world is, making it impossible for us to, go back into that place and just read Conan and be happy about Conan, which is like, if you ever were happy reading Conan, you're already like, fucked, motherfucker, right? We need to stand up and be clear about that, and not just let people do that. And also, what we need to do is, like, be up to a point, at least, be willing and able to give people who are slowly stepping out of that place, some grace, at least, and help them integrate, in what clearly has to come, which is a much more intersectional sort of like understanding of how to engage with our lives, how to engage with, well, when we're talking about booktube and shit like that, right, obviously how to engage with books and art, but also like how to engage with our lives, how to find ways to support each other, how to mutual help and so forth. There is certainly a cutoff point, right? There are some people who are beyond the pale, and there's no way back for them whatsoever, fucking ever, and that's fine. But most people are not. You know, losing privilege is fucking scary. Having losing privilege is scary as fuck, and I get it. And having the ability of still going there and denying reality is something that most of us have done that, right? Anyone who's ever been in a relationship that was crumbling and stayed in that relationship for like months longer, possibly years longer, because stepping out is scary, has done the same thing on a personal level, and should give people some grace when they are trying to go into that place of the unknown, right? But at some but we need to be clear about what is going on, and we need to be aware of the fact that the time where we could pretend that this is not a political space, that time is over. It has been over forever, I would argue, but it is even over now. Well, I mean, I did not call him anything. I did not call anyone a sex pest here. I don't think he is. That's not the point. I feel. So I'm going through chat here. Yeah, I mean, ignorant or willfully ignorant. I think that's sort of like where I would put him. And there's a lot of privilege going on there. And um, the the Matt's book reviews, fantasy book reviews, joke video kind of speaks to that level of privilege as well. And there's people making, who thought that was a funny joke. There's people, and there are people who just lack the awareness, right? That is just something that has always been there and that will always be there. And the question is like, what do you do with that? Because how do you explain that? How do you explain that to someone who is unwilling and unable to understand the gravity and the hurt they're causing? Well, you can tell them to read Malazan and learn about empathy and compassion, but will they though? Yeah, there will. I don't know if I would say we'll always be in a minority. I think it will happen more and more. It's like more and more people have very little choice but to take sides, I think is what I would say. Because that's sort of like the polarization that everyone is, and it's not a good term, polarization, I think is the wrong word to use here, because that splitting, that breaking of society is only to get worse, going to get worse. And it is something that will get more and more people will stand on the edge of that sort of like break and will have to decide which side to step on or just like fall. And that's something that will continue. Now I'm curious which Conan story you called a little racist. Yes, of course. That's the important point. That I think, Patrick, is part of the reason why cozy fantasy has been so successful over the last year, 2 years, 3 years. Is exactly that, and a lot of like not all of it, like a lot of like cozy fantasy is fairly successful in queer communities. Is more progressive in like the values it kind of has, right? And that's exactly the thing. Like people can find that place there. They used to find that in Harry Potter. It's no longer the case because of but I think that the success of cozy fantasy, I think, is exactly what you have there. It's like people that are marginalized, people that are under constant attack by changes in politics and so forth right now, need a place to let go for a moment, need a place to recharge the batteries, need to a place where they can feel safe in a lot of ways. And cozy fantasy offers that by stripping away everything really. And I'm fine with that. It's not for me at the moment, at least. There might come a time where I feel the need to read something where I don't have to think political for once and just can feel accepted, and or feel that like I would be accepted, right? That place, that time may come. For now, it is not there, but I'm fine with that. Yes, see, Britton, that's where the whole thing of responsibility comes in. Because if you have a channel with 100,000 plus subscribers, you are not just someone who doesn't want to think about art. You are someone who tells 100,000 people that it's okay to not think about art, with art that does, unfortunately, carry incredibly dangerous messages from time to time. That is just the case. You are not just a dude talking to your five mates about your favorite book. You are running a business. You are running basically a piece of media. You are political media. And when it comes to the larger book community with 100,000 subscribers, you are basically mainstream media at this point. Basically, you are BookTube's fake news, right? Well, please clean your dog's ear. Dogs definitely come first around here. Cbex, that's about the and that's like one of those things, right? And one of those intersections where you have a lot of these people going, no, cozy fantasy is destroying epic fantasy. Like, yeah, but that's because you are the kind of person who doesn't need cozy fantasy. You can basically strut your muscular toxic masculinity by going like, no, I want books that have like 10,000 pages and they're all about big dudes with big swords fighting big monsters and then getting all the chicks, right? You can do that because you are privileged. You don't have the need for fiction to actually solve something in there, except of course your insecurity and ego, but we all have that. And there's a lot of like insecurity in that sort of like last year's romantasy and cozy fantasy is destroying fantasy, epic fantasy. We're no longer allowed to have these books, which is obviously on like objectively wrong, because there's a ton of like very traditional epic fantasy books coming out all the time, but it's also very much the other part. Yeah, of course it is also. I mean, that's the point, right? Like, because you are a human. As a human, you are a political person. You have views that are how you position yourself versus the rest of society, what society wants to do, does do, and so forth. That is part of who you are. And whatever you do, every single act you do, probably even taking a shit, right? Because you'll probably take your phone with you and you're going to use fucking Twitter or anything on the my point is no my point is that in fact of course any art you create will be political because it does express your views or explicitly sort of like counteracts your views or so forth, but it is something you create in relationship to your personal beliefs, so it will be political no matter what. That's just like how it is, especially if you create art that you put out there into the world, right? If if you scroll balloons on your bedroom wall, that is possibly not a political act. But if you then take a picture of that bedroom wall and post it on social media, that becomes a political act because suddenly you're doing it for an audience. And if you do something for an audience, it is a political act. Yeah, I mean, it is irresponsible, and I think, and that's about like performative apoliticalness is a political stance, and it is at this point a conservative, privileged political stance, and that's the point. And I mean, that's one of the core elements of like being a reactionary, right? It's going like, let's go back to a better time when we didn't have all this politics, and men were men and women were women, and black people were still, over the red line on the other side, and we could still not think about all this politics stuff. That's reactionarism, and that the idea that you know politics is something that we all have to grapple with, and not something that like five dudes are hashing out somewhere in a back room somewhere. That idea is already conservative at its core, and it's something that even if you're not an active fascist, you are at this point very much aware that fascists are using that specific rhetoric to take over the world, and you're still going with it, is my point. You don't have to, and someone is willingly doing that. Whether he's doing that because he's too intellectually lazy to deal with it, whether he truly is, in favor of that, I don't know. But at this point, I don't care, because once again, if you're running a platform of that level, you have a responsibility that goes beyond your personal beliefs. And in this case, I'm going to judge you by the outcome, not by your personal beliefs. The outcome is dog shit. And that means you are too. That's very simple. But it is the core of what I believe. Hey, Nexi, Germany is doing. That's kind of the problem. No, our elections are next Sunday, and it's going to be a shit show, and everything's going to get worse afterwards, and we already know that. And yeah, that's kind of where we are right now. And we can totally talk about German politics in a bit if you really like it. But holy shit, yeah, it's not a good place. Yeah, exactly, Aura. Like, I mean, I totally get it if you go like, hey, can we maybe not talk about party politics today because I've had a stressful day or whatever, right? That's totally fine. But like, don't talk politics to me at all. It's like, why? Why exactly don't you want to talk about that? Let me ask that. Is that because you feel that if you say what you truly believe, all of us would hate you? Because at that point, you might want to question your beliefs, motherfucker. Or at least stand up for them, grow a spine, you know. Yeah, I noticed. I hope your dog is all right. No. So, to be clear, Nexi, AFD does not have a chance to win the elections in the sense of becoming of Alice Weidel being our next chancellor. I'm like 100. Yeah, I'm pretty much 100% sure that that won't happen. They will obviously win the election in the sense of getting a massive boost in votes. That is just like going to happen no matter what. Um, what will happen after that? Who the fuck knows at this point, right? Honestly, who the fuck knows? I obviously, polls and shit are not to be trusted. I'm pretty sure that neither the Green Party nor the Social Democrats will, do anything with IFD. I am very much sure that the Christian Conservatives would do something with the AFD if it gets them into power, and anything beyond that kind of depends also on like whether the Liberal Democrats will get back into parliament, which I hope they won't, whether the left-wing party Die Linke will get into parliament, whether the sort of like nationalist leftist-ish, like the other Russia stalking horse next to the AfD, that being the uh, BSW movement, Sarah Wagenknecht, will get into parliament. Those are so close to that 5% limit that you need to clear to get into parliament that I have no idea. Like, friends of mine have already, made the plans of like this is like buying lots of alcohol on Saturday and then meeting somewhere with everyone who wants to, and just like getting hammered from like Sunday evening and taking Monday off, because it's going to be incredibly depressing, and we'll see if that happens or not. But it's certainly yeah, it's not going to be good. Um, well, the next one after that, next year, is kind of the question, right? Like, technically, elections are every 4 years. These that we have right now are slightly earlier because the Liberal Party, which is basically just a neoliberal weird party now, um, decided to break the coalition, and then we had like to have like new elections earlier. But so in this case, like officially, the next elections would be in 2029. That's all I can say. If something else happens until then, they could happen anywhere between end of the year and 2029, I guess. Well, I have a lot of issues with Sabine Hassenfelder in a lot of ways. And one of the things that I feel like way too few people talk about is that the institute that she worked with a lot, right? And I have no way of judging her videos on physics, obviously, but the institute, think tank, whatever that she's associated with or used to be associated with, produced climate change denial documentaries in the past. So I don't know. It's not someone I would trust on anything really, at this point. I mean, technically, I can't judge her physics stuff, but someone who's an actual physicist, and scientist, and who's willingly working for people that deny climate change at this point in time, is probably willing to sell out for whatever. Yeah, of course. That is certainly true. Nexi, empathy is much harder to achieve. It's much more difficult, and it's even harder to get people to vote out of empathy. One thing that I found really interesting, though, is like, I said that earlier, right? To bring this back to something, more general, right? And a book. I did finish the really good, really, really good "Devil Is Here in These Hills" by James R. Green. Different green, better green. We like that kind of green. Yes, Demi Drek. There is an election coming up. The general elections for the federal parliament are happening next Sunday. And yeah. So that book, something that is really interesting. There's a lot of stuff going on there, and I think so. There's two or three major points that I wanted to make about that. Number one is, of course, that when you look at the things that miners strike for, as I said, it's a history book about coal miner strikes in West Virginia from like 1900 ish to, well, all the way to 1934, and FDR putting in the, what's it called, labor relations board, is that what it's called, that kind of thing, right? All of that stuff, right? What is interesting is how incredibly violent that was, and there's something important to be learned there, I think, because those mining strikes and general like labor struggles in the early 20th century in America, well, all over the world, but like in America in particular, were incredibly violent, like super fucking violent. People were dying, lots of, Battle of Blair Mountain being the first and only time that the U.S. Air Force actually bombed its own civilians on its own ground. That's the kind of labor struggle we had back then. You had back then in the U.S., right? That happened a lot, and the result were, some very basic ideas of, having a 40-hour week, having maybe some standards in like work security, all of that kind of stuff. Um, Getting the labor relations board, all of that stuff. That's the result of very intense, incredibly violent struggles. The problem is that over ever since, say, the 1960s, there has been that slow rollback, and that rollback of, labor protections, all of that stuff, has been slow on the one hand. It's currently obviously much more rapid at the moment. But what has always happened at the same time, I think, is way more important, is there has been a changing of the narrative in a lot of ways, right? Because when people talk about, removing, all kinds of job securities, all kinds of job benefits, when you're talking about like, work security, all of that stuff being removed, which is, currently happening. People talk about like taking away privileges of people. Those were not privileges, because the way it's framed is like, well, we gave that to those people because people were super weak or whatever, right? And all those soy social democrats did that. Although those soy socialists around FDR did that because they were like, I don't know. Um, that's not the case. These were not given sort of like out of the goodness of the hearts of the people in power. Those were actively fought for with a lot of active violence. And it's much easier to go like, well, we gave you, out of the goodness of our heart, we gave you all of these nice bonuses of, not having to die in a coal mine. And go like, well, but now we kind of have to take that back because you're not worthy of that. You're lazy. You don't appreciate us giving you all of these wonderful things like, a 40-hour work week. That's a very different narrative from like, you fought really hard for that. This is something lots of people died for. And now we're taking this away again, because obviously the narrative there would be, well, I guess we got to go out and fight again. Whereas in like, well, we gave that to you because you behaved nicely. Now we're taking that away because you're not behaving nicely, or we can't do it right now because the economy is supposedly bad or whatever. It's important to keep those narratives in mind when you look at like how many people, those of you who are American, how many of you, have heard about the Battle of Blair Mountain. I mean, I assume people in my chat probably more than usual, but like, how many people know about mining strikes? Know about like the violence of like unionizing, the violence of like general labor struggles in the 1900s, the 1910s, 20s, and 30s? Are aware of like how how ruthless, how incredibly corrupt and violent the backlash against like the most minuscule wishes or ideas of like maybe let's make sure that fewer people die on the job, and how then like the owners of corporations, of whether it's mining mines or anything else, like sent in just like privately hired people to just kill people, sent in whether it's Pinkertons or the something and Phelps, I'm missing the second name there right now, um sent them in to just kill people on the spot and not get prosecuted for it. Like, there was so much fucking violence. We kind of ignore that. Like, how many of you learned about that in school? I assume it's not that many. And it's important to keep those kind of stories alive and bring those stories into the public for people to understand that what is currently taken away from working people, right, is not something that the almighty powers of capital that be gave us out of the goodness of their heart, but it's something people bled for, people fought for, people died for. And so it's not on them. They don't have the right to take that away. We would have, like, not me, because I'm obviously not a working class person in the US, but like, it's laborers who could voluntarily give something up if they wanted to, but not the other way around. And that narrative like switch is important. And I think for that, obviously, you need education, and maybe just read books like, I don't know, Fight Like Hell by Kim Kelly, or if for like a larger sort of like narrative about labor struggles, or The Devil Is Here in These Hills, if you just want to look at like the mining stuff, which is especially violent and brutal. Sorry, I'm going back through stuff here. Strategic voting, Aura. I think um, I I personally will probably. I haven't decided yet, right? But I have in the past voted strategically, especially. I mean, also kind of depends on what kind of election, right? Like I feel like strategic voting on, say, a city voting, like mayoral voting, a mayoral election, city council, that kind of stuff. I think there it is absolutely a good idea to do strategic voting because the margins are so small that like every single fucking vote does count. So there, I would always go and vote strategically. For something like next week's elections, I'm totally fine with, and I'm still considering just to go and make my vote in just like invalidate my vote and go like, here you got, just to keep the numbers up, so the votes for the AFD are set into relation to like the larger, like the general vote, and that general number is high enough. But I don't know, it's difficult. I It's one of those things where I don't know, because right now I'm also struggling. I'm like, yeah, which, like, strategically I kind of know there's like, basically strategically there's like one and a half, or like two half options, I guess. And beyond that, it's so difficult. And so yeah, I haven't decided yet. Maybe I'll just roll a die on Sunday and decide between, you know voting strategically or not voting strategically. We'll see. It's bad. Has would be correct, I think, also, but you're the native speaker, not me. No, just to be clear, I have not said that Sabine Hassenfelder has ever. Gods, how I am already like anglicizing her name at this point. Sabine Hossenfelder has not denied climate change. In fact, she has made videos about how it's maybe even worse than people are saying. The institute that she was, connected to, a think tank. It's a London-based think tank that I looked up like a year ago, has produced climate change denial stuff in the past. And by the past, I mean like early 2000s. So that's what I said. Just to be clear, I'm not calling her a climate change denier. I don't. She is not. But she's willing to work with people like that for money. Yeah, I don't know how to explain. I wouldn't know how to explain that to children either. But I think to bring that back to, like as I said, like I just read that book about the mining stuff. Another thing that I found really interesting is that one part of like why that when you look at like the unionizing for mining workers and so forth, the West Virginia miners in particular in the Appalachians, right? They did not unionize for a lot of long time for historical reasons, levels of poverty, and all of that stuff, and people thinking them even like you know mining union miners and the union higher ups and so forth thought of the people in the Appalachians of too basically too primitive to even understand the benefits of a union and so forth, and putting them down and using that's kind of where the term redneck kind of came from, because rednecks are the people was used as an insult later on, like for people who put on like a red neckcloth to call themselves strikers at the time, right? But the point is you have a very specific sort of like disdain and marginalization of people in the Appalachians, which actually hindered the ability of unionizing them and their ability of gaining like full participation in the state in a lot of ways. Partly that was tied to their like the way they speak and a lot of like cultural aspects, and obviously incredibly brutal poverty that you still have there. And what I found so shocking about that is that, of course that happened, but you're like, well, that was 1910, right? Now you have J.D. fucking Vance and his book about hillbilly elegy, which does the same fucking thing, and he rides into fucking prominence with that specific aspect, right? So I think it's important to understand that while there was a lot of good stuff and a lot of bad stuff in like unionizing, certain elements of like um, marginalization, pushing people to the sides, classism, looking down on poorer people, on more rural people, and so forth, has been a part of that as well. Like has been a part of like what you might call a good thing, right? Or held back a good thing. That good thing being unionizing and fighting for labor rights and all of that stuff. So one of the things I found really interesting about that book is that you read like a sort of like fairly fairly localized history, right? A fairly localized history, and you take that and you can learn so much about like why, say, intersectionality is such an important thing. And you look at like how it's at the beginning, it's mostly about like male miners, and then how they in particular like the United mining workers of America, the UMWA, right, which is the union there, how they were a explicitly open to black miners and white miners, while you had other unions that also tried to unionize miners that were like white people only, and some of them decided to take Italian miners in and some didn't, and how you have how intersectionality has always been an important thing in there, and how it took a while, for example, to then sort of like extend that with in the mining community, to extend that to women, because obviously the wives of miners and associated women and so forth did a lot of like striker leave, did all of these other things that are connected to that. And it took until like the 1930s until they got to at least have like auxiliary movements for the United Mine Workers of America and so forth. So what's like a really important interesting book in that regard, and I think it's one of the reasons why I personally think it's really helpful to read history books, microhistory books and so forth, is because you can learn a lot about like so many things that are relevant for today by reading something like that. And also still you get like a lot of like really cool shit about violence and all of that. Appalachia. I'm sorry, don't even ask me to. I can hardly speak German, much less English. Don't expect me to say something like that. Joe, the shadow of Hyperion has been over me ever since I made those Dan Simmons videos. So going back through chat here. Okay, I haven't read that one, Jen. I said like I read just read the Devil is Here in These Hills, which is specifically focused on West Virginia. It's from 2015, so yeah, pretty good book. I have only read the first Kingkiller Chronicle. I've only read The Name of the Wind, and it's been a long, long time. I thought it was alright back then, but I don't know much else at this point. Man, also that was brutal there. Yeah, that's kind of the point that I was trying to make there, Nexi, right? Like the idea that unions are apparently evil and so forth. And there's certainly something to be said about like, especially like even with like the UMWA, right? You had that whole like sort of like um institutionalization and how it kind of turned into a business and just suddenly stuff gets corrupt and so forth. That has happened with a lot of unions, but that does not invalidate the value of an actual like union as such. It just means that you need to keep doing the union thing and keep structures in there that keep the thing working and going and so forth. I have not read Demon Copperhead yet, Nexi. I've heard it's really good. Yeah, sadly I don't speak Turkish, but yeah, I know that Turkey had a history with that there as well. Oh yeah, Heineken are the 0.3 ones, right? Those are super small. I'm gonna. You can say both. Get myself a beer. Or I'm gonna get another beer. I think both are totally viable there. um, I would argue it depends on the beer there. Like some beer is just made to be drunk out of cans, and some beer definitely tastes better out of bottles. What I can say is that both cans and glass bottles are better than plastic bottles, which you also sometimes get. I can't help you with the ending part, Britton. You were, struggling with that like 2 days ago, weren't you? All right, guys. I have to take a quick break because I drank like 5 cans of tea today, and while I've only had like 1.5 bottles of beer, I really need to do a quick step outside for a minute, and I'll be back. Please entertain yourselves. Talk about something fun. Why don't you? Like for a change. But keep it calm and collected and all of that. That's what we're going for today, right? Talk about success. All right, I'm back. Sorry this had to happen, but yeah, I got up at 7:30 this morning. I've been drinking tea for like 12 hours, I guess. Don't do that, kids. It's not good. Sounds good. Also, you should read some happy stuff. I agree with the idea of writing it backwards. I mean, to be fair, that I think is a good idea and like good approach, like even like academic papers. Like you need to know what you're gonna say, and then you can work backwards from like how you want to say that, and ideally come up with like a really really cool like final line, like last line, and put that in as soon as you remember it, and then rewrite the rest so it fits. God's Nexie. So yeah. So yeah, my point stands. Go read that book about mining startups, because I think it is important to understand. We need to kind of keep that in mind and like reintroduce that to understand to the understanding of like younger generations. Therefore, like the fact that work right now is for at least some people fairly okay, right? Is not because employers have been incredibly kind, but it is in fact because people did a lot of like really hard work to get there, and that I think is important to keep in mind. It has been sort of like taken away, and when I said like the whole idea of like intersectionality and like the solidarity between different ethnic groups, migrants, Black Americans, white Americans, new arrivals from Eastern Europe, Italy, and so forth. That solidarity, that thing is important because the opposite is, of course, like rabid individualism, and what we have seen, of course, with say neoliberalism as an ideology becoming more and more prevalent over the last 70 years or something, I guess, is sort of to strip away the idea that these things, like the things we have or had or I'm currently losing, we achieve them as, through solidarity because it actually works. It's actually good if you are, doing like mutual support, mutual help, or looking out for each other, doing stuff together. It's actually good. But we've kind of lost that understanding by switching that narrative to like, well, um, our capitalist overlords gave that to us out of the goodness of their individual hearts. So no, that's not how that worked. But it has sort of seeped into so many narratives. And when you look at like books, when you look at movies, the kind of stuff we get as media, as art, and so forth, is part of. And to bring that back to like books in a larger thing, right? So much of this has been about sort of pushing that narrative like of individuals solving problems for themselves, and then because they are good guys helping everyone else as well. It's like that's never been the thing, but that narrative is so deep seated again that there has to happen so much to find to find a place, to find a way to build up and rebuild sort of like that understanding, to build these bridges, to build these connections, these alliances, back up between different groups that are all sort of like fighting for that last small piece of like um I can't even call it wealth, like small small piece of privilege that will help them to sort of maybe survive slightly longer and suffer slightly less than everyone else instead of like getting working together and so forth. And I think it's important to you know boost narratives that counteract that. When it comes to history, to talk about like labor history, talk about history that is more has a systemic approach, doesn't go like, well, there clearly was this one cool guy who saved everyone, because it rarely ever is that simple, right? To boost those, and when we talk about science fiction, when we talk about fantasy, the kind of stuff we read, to point out when books or movies are say focusing more on like a less individualist narrative. Like even within the fascist propaganda, like even within the most um conservative genres, right? Your action movies, your 90s 80s action movies, even there, it's always super fucking hyper individualist, right? It's never the police is good. No, it's the one cop that goes against even the incredibly already racist and so forth police rules, and becomes even more violent, and solves the problem by being even more hyper violent and so forth. And that's a narrative that you can then transfer to fantasy pretty solidly, right? You have a lot of fantasy books that have like one dude just having enough and taking his sword and going out and just killing everybody. And yeah, I get it. It can be incredibly satisfying to read that, because most of us, I feel, have been to a place in our heads where we go like, well, that's exactly what I want to do, right? I just want to go out and just like do these things because I'm so fucking frustrated. But the solution is usually, I is not that. It's never actually the solution, but we have these forms of wish fulfillment in a lot of ways that have become standard and mainstream and focusing on individuals. And partly that is because, it it's very natural for us to read that way, right? It's like, I'm reading a book right now, so I want to identify with one specific character. So clearly that character is an individual reading about a group of people that do, the cool hanging out together stuff and doing the mutual aid stuff. And suddenly I don't have that individual to focus upon at easily. So I get it. I understand why that is the case and why it's easier to sell stories like that. But to understand that it is, it takes a village, then write the story about the fucking village and not just about the one dude that leaves the village, right? Yeah, yeah, I get that. I get that, Nexi. Yeah, I don't know any Turkish. Like, I had a friend from Istanbul try to teach me a incredibly vile Turkish insult, and luckily I have forgotten all about it. And it's the level that I can't even I can't put the translation of that. Like, we're not going there. Let's just say it's a more inventive language for swearing than German is, which isn't that hard because German is just really not good at like as a language when it comes to swearing and cursing and stuff like that. Also, cheers, Apollo. I am sorry for the non-alcoholic beer being bad. No, it's done. I know the translation, but it's the kind of thing that I will not utter on a live stream. That's that's beyond the pale. That I think is like also like a basic constant of human nature, right, Kadia? Is like you meet people from that speak a language that you like a different language. The first couple of things you learn are usually insults, possibly how to order a drink, and ask for sex. That's like which says a lot about human priorities. Like, how can I insult someone? How can I get laid? How can I get booze? And then you build your language from there. But kurwa is not a word. That's punctuation, Nexi. My Polish is very limited. I can say moja małpa jest niebieska, which means my monkey is blue. Don't ask. Yeah, that's another one, Patrick. That's another very important one. Although I usually learn new languages at like summer festivals, and there the question does not always come up because it's open air. So yeah, I'm gonna read, and that's the things like I'm definitely going back to like more of the labor history stuff that I'm currently reading, but I want to finish the history of the Druids, which is a really good book. If you're into Druids, or more if you're into like how the British made up Druids to function either to be more English, be more Scottish, be more Irish, depending on what was important at that moment, and how to use that to build like a national identity. And in that regard, it's a really good book, and I'm gonna read that, and then I'm going to go. Well, I'm also going to read that Revenger book, or reread the Revenger book. Yeah, I can see that, Ori. I can see that, and yes, you're right, Jane. Like, I feel like the early days of online gaming did do a lot when it comes to international communication. Unfortunately, it usually just led to people understanding more slurs, mostly homophobic slurs. Like one time I was in, I think it was at Wacken, and like our camp neighbors were a very international camp, and their goal was to teach everyone the Danish words for the uncrowned king of cocksuckers, which is an incredibly hard thing to say in Danish. Just saying. And the more beers people had drunk, the harder it got to say that. And luckily, I can't say it anymore. I hope. But yeah. There's that. Yeah. The other thing is that like there's a lot of like really interesting swearing in different parts, like in different Slavic languages. Like the Balkans are, for example, a a treasure trove of interesting swearing in all kinds of ways. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sure Ida will disagree with us, but yeah, I would agree. Danish is hard to speak. One of the fun things I learned about like Scandinavian languages in general is like that Danish people think that Swedish and Norwegian sounds incredibly dumb and stupid and terrible and so forth. And Norwegian people think that Danish and Swedish sounds terrible. And Swedish people think that Norwegian sounds terrible and Danish sounds insanely terrible. And yet they're all able to understand each other and talk to each other. It's a very funny thing. But yeah. So yeah, I'm also going to finally read the new history of the German Peasants' War coming that came out on Thursday. The book being titled "A Summer of Fire and Blood," which is surprisingly not in Westeros. But I wonder how many people are going to accidentally just click by because it says "Fire and Blood" and go like, "Oh, why is this all about Martin Luther and all this stuff?" My Norwegian is unfortunately very broken. An ex-partner of mine was half Norwegian, and some Norwegian friends once, when I was very drunk at a bar in Hamburg, taught me the Winnie the Pooh song from the Winnie the Pooh cartoon in Norwegian, but I don't know if I can still remember the words, much less sing it though. But that was like my number one skill in Norwegian was singing the Winnie the Pooh song. I'm pretty sure it would work as like a spell in John Gwyn's Bloodsworn Saga, though, Nexi. But that's like the fun thing. Like Winnie the Pooh in Norwegian, like the Norwegian version of Winnie the Pooh is called Ole Brumm, which is already so incredibly funny. So yeah, something I've learned, and I will never forget the fact that Winnie the Pooh is Ole Brumm in Norwegian. Grammar in general is incredibly dangerous. It's the kind of thing where you know that if you get your grammar wrong, it may lead to incredibly dangerous outcomes. So yes, your grammar is probably dangerous. Dangerous grammar. Love that. Also, that Bosnian thing, I mean, that's just like something that I feel like everyone, like I have friends from Bosnia and Serbia and Croatia and North Macedonia and Bulgaria, and it's like every other curse in those languages, it usually is about who had sex with who or what, because it can get very, very, much a everything is game there. I would argue. My favorite one is like Dalmatian one that I learned, which is like "Jebem ti support Isusovi kosti," which apparently means "fuck the soup made out of Jesus' bones." And I'm just very happy that someone came up with that. I would love to meet the person who first came up with that one, but yeah, the kind of thing that people say. See, right, Nexi, punctuation matters. And yeah, so let's talk about something else before we get too bogged down with just like swearing in different languages. Although it's always an option. Um, what are you like the books you're looking forward to reading this year? That's something because I've failed. I've constantly failed at making a list of stuff I want to read. I certainly have stuff on there that I definitely going to read and all of that, but I constantly failed at like making like a video about it. And I see all of these like 25 for 25, all of that stuff, and I'm like, how can you come up with like 25 books? How do you do that? I get like nine, maybe 10, if I'm lucky. Yeah, I think like you're right there, Aura, with the Norwegian. I think it's because it is at least when you're talking like obviously you have like both the Nynorsk and the bokmål there with the old language and the more common language, but like it is more how to say that? It's it I would say it maybe sounds slightly more stilted, more controlled. I think it where both Danish and Swedish are a bit more broad in pronunciation, and it's more relaxed. Whereas Norwegian always has this like slightly tense like sound to it. No, Ora. It's not a short book, right? And people that do have jobs, like say teaching in your case, and then all this, like you don't have like that much time to read all the time, right? So no, no. I as long as you're still enjoying Death of the Author, that is a good thing. Yeah, I too have been reading a lot of nonfiction of late, and I need to. I feel the need to slowly get back into fiction stuff, and I sure I will. But yeah, um, yeah. Of course, I don't need to, right? It's more one of those like I see everyone do it, and I'm like, if I had like a list of books, it would be like a super easy video to make because I don't need to think too much about it. I just need to make the list and go like, hey, this is something I want to do, and this is something I want to do, this is something I want to do, and then I can put this up, and maybe some people find it interesting, and I don't feel bad for not having made an entire a single video in like 1 week or something like that, and then it suddenly turns into like sort of like pressure again because I'm like, oh fuck, I can't come up with like enough books. Well, no, Life Forsaken goes without saying, Cardia. I've seen the title Rose of Jericho, and I have no idea what it is about. I never clicked on it because I'm like, no idea. I know that the next one that I'm very much looking forward to is The River Has Roots by Amal El Motar. That one sounds like a something close to Blood in the Mist from what I can tell. It feels like it's like so you're living next to like the border to Fairy, and you have someone falling in love with someone from Fairy, and yeah, so I'm very excited about that one, and that's coming in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, something like that. So I'm very excited about that one. Camp Damascus is cool. I really enjoyed Camp Damascus. Yeah, it's just like a really cool book in sort of like this empowerment kind of way. And it's like it's cheesy. it's like very early Tumblr days, and what if it has that Tumblr vibe, and I think that's a really good thing because there are a lot of people that grew up around the whole Tumblr thing, especially when you're talking about like queer people. A lot of queer people grew up on Tumblr, and so having something that feels like Tumblr and is sort of a story of self empowerment and all of that is just really really cool. So I really enjoyed Camp Damascus for that. And see, Nexi, I think you're touching on a really interesting thing there, because I've seen a lot of like other like of booktubers, Jess Owens, for example, someone I've not watched a lot in the past because she usually talked about stuff that I wasn't interested in, and so forth. And she's been doing a lot of nonfiction reading of late, and going like, "Yeah, I'm going to read this and this and this," and it's getting more and more radical every time she talks about books. I'm like, "Holy shit!" Maybe I should recommend The Wretched of the Earth to her. Who knows? And I think like reading nonfiction is a way, or nonfiction in the broader sense is one way that we use to sort of cope with the incomprehensibility and the loss of control that we have in the world right now. Because it's like, if we at least understand or can create a narrative of why things are the way they are right now, and if we can sort of build that narrative, and if we have like an external witness, an authority in the form of a book written by someone, and clearly, they don't let just like anyone write a printed book, do they? Right? Um, that gives us at least a semblance of control because we can at least explain where stuff is coming from. Being able to explain why things are the way they are is sort of like the first step in being able to, or finding ways to change things. Often we just like stay at like, at least now I know why things are the way they are, and like having the at least the semblance of comprehending why we are where we are is already a very powerful thing. So I feel that that twist, or like twist, like is too strong a word, like the turn towards nonfiction that is certainly happening right now, I think is another sign of just like, well, how fucked things are at the moment, to be to be completely honest, right? Oh, I haven't read Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, but I obviously know of its existence, and I've watched way too many of those videos and so forth. You, Britain, have a brilliant list of books there. Like, seriously, none of it is easy reading. All of it is incredibly cool, though. Like, I mean, yes, King of Elfland's Daughter is comparatively easy reading, but yeah, don't underestimate it. Yeah, I'm not sure about that kind of argument of like it had to come from the Indus Valley. That's the kind of like storytelling where I'm like, I'd like to have something more than like, well, this place floods a lot, so clearly the flood idea comes from there, right? I'd like to see something more than that as but of course, the idea that we have a lot of like flood narratives all over the place, you know, is something that a lot of people have, noticed over the years. So I guess it's one way of looking at that. Have you, Nexi, read obviously The Dawn of Everything by David Graeber and David Wengrow? Because I think it might be something that if you haven't read it yet, you might enjoy. It is very much about literal demons and also about conversion therapy. Like, and Nexi, the problem with coping mechanism is that internet speech has turned coping into this negative thing when it really isn't, right? Like, coping is something we all do, which just means getting over like tough situations, getting through tough situations. That's what coping means. But in this like very sort of like black and white, it's all about strength and so forth. Suddenly, saying someone is coping, you're like, oh, they have lost, and now we get to make fun of them because clearly they are coping. Like, we are twisting and changing the meanings of words a lot, and online discourse is often still sort of doing that in a much more extreme way. And I think there's a positive side and a negative side to that. The negative side is, of course, the more important one, which is like it fucks up a lot of people. It fucks with everyone, and it's hurtful. The slightly positive side is that it may allow us to see clearly the way that this mechanism of twisting language and twisting the meaning of language is something that everyone is engaging in outside of just Reddit or YouTube or whatever, and everywhere else as well. And we should probably look at how that happens in other places as well. But like, so yeah, when I say it's a coping mechanism, I don't mean that as a negative thing. It's just something we as humans do to don't curl up and cry because of the world all the time. We may still do that from time to time, but sometimes we go and still eat and stuff. Um, yes, of the Dawn of Everything Nexi by David Graeber and David Vengro. It's from 2019, 2020. It's the last book that David Graeber worked on before he sadly passed away far too early. And it's sort of like a reply to books like Guns, Germs, and Steel and Sapiens, and more like looking at prehistory and how and where sort of like ideas about like how to organize a society come from and where they go to and so forth. It's a really, really good book. I highly recommend it. Let me see. I'll put it into chat. All right. So here's the thing: like a lot of people think that way and go like, "Why fiction? Nonfiction is the only thing we need." And I agree that's wrong. I There's academic work on that and going like, well, here's nonfiction that tells you why reading fiction is actually a really good thing, which I doubt will actually convince people. Yeah, of course. As I said, like in psychology, coping is totally neutral. Well, David Graeber is or was sort of like the current at the time most famous anarchist anthropologist author, also the guy who wrote Bullshit Jobs, a Theory, and The Debt of the First 5,000 Years, and stuff like that. And Vengro is an archaeologist at some UK university, I keep forgetting. When it comes to the morality of that, I will not say anything, because that's one of those things that is all about like how much you can afford and how much you want to afford, and all of that. That's between you and your specific morals. But to bring that back to and I think that's important, right? To the idea of like only nonfiction works. I think there is a larger sort of aspect to that, that is sort of tied into, the Enlightenment gone wrong, and leading us to all kinds of other elements that also, go to like, neoliberalism and the general like inhuman way so much of our world is run these days, right? The idea that all the only thing that counts is like the scientific paradigm. Like everything has to be scientific. It's if you read like Adorno and Horkheimer, you go like, clearly that is Francis Bacon is the bastard we need to nail to a tree for that one. Luckily, he's been dead for like 500 years, so who cares? Not 400, but still, so, but that's kind of the idea that like all we need to know is numbers, and quantify everything, put everything into structures that are rules that we can then possibly manipulate or at least understand. That's the only thing that matters, because ultimately everything can be reduced into numbers. And you know I'm not 100% supporting dialectics of enlightenment in every single detail here, but I think the larger narrative that for a large part of at least Western, North Atlantic, whatever you want to call it, society, hegemony, whatever, right? The idea that everything is ultimately reducible into numbers is quantifiable. And once it's quantifiable, we can maximize those numbers. And maximizing and having bigger numbers is better than lesser numbers. And that means, judging everything by outcome in that regard. And just using those numbers, that leaves art if it can't be quantified. That leaves fiction as something that is obviously non-quantifiable, except by say sales numbers and shit, right? That leaves all of that on the cutting floor somewhere of history. And that's certainly, obviously, that's the kind of thing. Once you combine that with like Darwin and all the right wing people going like, oh, Darwin, I guess we should make that social by calling it social Darwinism, and then suddenly you have eugenics, and you go down that road, and then you combine that with neoliberalism, which kind of turns all of these ideas into like an even more toxic ideology. Combine all of that, and because that's something that has been drilled into everyone subconsciously for the last like 60, 70 years, whether they wanted to know that or not. Like the idea that stuff that can't be used, that doesn't have like a very clear use. I don't want to use the term use value here, because it's obviously not a use value, but in like a Marxist sense, but it's like something that I can't use as a tool to get one over like my fellow human beings. If it doesn't have that sort of like usability, right? It's not worth anything. Reducing everything to that specific thing is it's worth as a tool in that ever ongoing competition. That's a very clear, that's sort of like one thing that has been drilled into everyone. The dismissal for fiction is one of the side effects of that. There's obviously others, but I think it kind of falls into that idea, and it's certainly something we need to fight against. The same way that people pretending that reading 1,200-page books is better than reading 100-page books is another outgrowth of that weird, like, we need to quantify everything sort of like mindset. Well, Britain, thanks for hanging out and for showing up in the first place. I don't know how long we'll be streaming. Also, get something to eat. Eating is a healthy thing. You should eat from time to time. I tend to forget, and it's not a good thing. So eat something. And if you're coming back and we're still streaming, then cool. Otherwise, I'll probably see you somewhere tomorrow. Probably. No, exactly. I've heard about wild robots somewhere before, and I don't know where, but I yeah, heard about it recently. And now, of course, you're not an esotericist, but that's kind of the point, right? Because if you reduce everything to this very specific and fairly narrow definition of rationality, right? You leave all this other stuff out there, and that obviously opens things wide up for esoteric ideas and beliefs because most people, after a while, um, at least have that vague feeling that some things are out there. That there's more than just the things that are covered by numbers and can be explained by the fairly narrow part of like clear, the fairly narrow stuff that is covered by nonfiction that we can all consume. And once people acknowledge the fact that there is stuff that they can't explain, there's a bunch of ways you can go. Obviously, one of them is go, well, I can't explain it right now. I guess science will get around to that at some point, and for now, I'll just like put like a big question mark on it and just ignore it. Those are people; they exist. That's one way. Another group falls into different forms of religion, and in that regard, I think religion is a totally valid approach in that regard, right? And other people fall into sort of explanations, story narrative explanations that don't count as religion, which is somewhere between conspiracy theories and esotericism and so forth. But that's like a side effect of reducing everything to that very narrow definition of rationality, because it's you can be very rational about the fact that you can't actually quantify everything, and the reduction of rationality to quantifiable numbers is already part of the problem, right? At least that's how I would like describe that. Well, apparently, like one crate, like 20 bottles of beer cover your daily requirements for vitamin C. So it's really healthy. You can drink beer against scurvy, I guess, but maybe doing something else is at least more space efficient, I guess. No, 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 no. The Wild Robot thing is a children's book. I know about the Psalm for the Wild Build, which I haven't read yet. My former flatmate has recently read it and really enjoyed it and was just pissed off about the price tag for like you know, your typical Tor.com or like now Tor, whatever, novellas in hardcover being incredibly pricey for like, I don't know, 50 pages or whatever it is. But he really enjoyed it. So, but I guess it was mostly because of the tea. So yeah, I've heard people talking about Wild Robot, but I have friends who have children, so who have kids who might be in the Wild Robot age. So I assume that's why it sounds familiar. But yeah, Sam for the Wild build that's like solar punk, right? I mean, that's what it's kind of. It's Becky Chambers' thing, right? But I have, as I said, like I haven't read it. I just know it's about about this monk that's selling tea to people, and not selling tea, but like giving tea to people that helps them understand the world or something. Um, yeah, I can see, like, after having read Death of the Author, I can see Nidhi Okorafor being a fan of anything Wild Robot. Yeah, maybe I should look that up. Yeah, I know, Kadi, I know it's more about the ear, but I guess the point is more that, like, my former flatmate is a huge tea drinker like me, so he was very focused about on the tea things. Like, yeah, yeah, they talk about all the problems. That's like really important, but like the tea, the same way that when I read Ancillary Sword, the whole like Imperial Raj series, I was this is like an entire sci-fi series. It's all about tea, and everyone else is like, well, it's about gender and it's about all of these other things and imperialism. Like, no, 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 you misunderstand. This is about tea. This is all about tea. Nexi, I used to play video games when I could see more, when I wasn't, as blind as I am now. The last video game I played a lot of was, this is aging me insanely. I know. It was actually Warcraft 3. I played through the entire human campaign and half of the undead campaign, and then that was kind of this is like one mission in Warcraft 3, where you are in the undead campaign when you play, and they have like three different camps of orcs attacking you at the same time, and they have dragons, and I never that's like the one I could not beat, and it was clearly at that point, beyond just gaming skill or whatever, it was clearly the fact that because my eyesight had gone too bad, that like I was just too slow to cover the entire map, because you have like enemies attacking from different sides that made it too hard to do that. And it just that's when I kind of stopped playing video games. So that's exactly the point, which I guess can date it very well. Yeah. So that's like the last. I mean, I played both, like I played a lot of, like, at the time, Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, Icewind Dale 1. I did not finish Icewind Dale 2. I played Morrowind. That was like the last Elder Scrolls game I played. I never finished that one, but that's around the time when I clearly got to when the eyesight was too bad. It's like you can see how, say, like something with like a first person perspective, like Morrowind was getting too hard, and you could still play like RTS games, and once that's gone, you can still maybe play some sort of turn-based strategy stuff like whichever version of Civ I was playing at the time, and then stuff kind of falls down from there. That's roughly it, basically. Hey Kale, good morning. How's your Sunday going? I think like what's interesting there is like I've certainly been thinking about that, and it's like with video games, I certainly miss that because it does sort of like cover a different like sort of aspect of entertainment, right? Like I'm reading books, and I read a lot of books. I enjoy that. Don't get me wrong, right? I'm not just doing it for the numbers, right? Um, but there's a level of like sort of like interactiveness with video games and a certain level of competitiveness with video games, like that I can't, because like obviously I can the interactiveness I can obviously always do with like by playing Dungeons and Dragons or running different tabletop RPGs, right? Like I can always do that, and that's certainly covering the my need to sort of like be more proactive when it comes to entertainment, tell stories, or at least impact the storytelling in a way. I can always do that by playing tabletop RPGs, but there's a specific niche that you have with playing a single player video game where like that's closer to like doing sports, right? I mean, obviously, that's kind of where esports kind of comes from. But like the things like I'm doing something and it's entertaining, but what I basically do is I try to to maximize my agency against something else. That's something else being a machine. And that's been taken away because I just can't do that in a meaningful way where I feel that I have agency. And I think that's a problem. I mean, well, not a big problem or anything of the sorts, but like I think that is one way of interacting or simulating that level of agency that, you know, one of the things that like video games do is something that is important because having agency or feeling that we have agency and figuring out what agency is by, doing that without actually, exercising our agency, having any meaningful consequences or like any harmful consequences in, getting punched in the face or anything of the sorts is like one way that we sort of like learn how to be human, and one way that we can get better at being human, right? In a lot of ways, and not being able to do that. And obviously, there've always been ways of doing that when it comes to playing like board games and other stuff. Like humans have always had ways of exercising, and by exercise right now I mean like more like a sport, where like training up the ability of exercise of doing the agency thing, right? um we've always had different ways of that, but like a lot of that has been moved or has moved into the video game sphere, and I can't do that, and I do miss that. I did play Baldur's Gate 1 and I did play Baldur's Gate 2. And I don't think they're necessarily really good games. I think they've gathered a lot of like nostalgia, right? Like Baldur's Gate 1 is in a lot of ways it was interesting for the time being, and it certainly was the thing that got a lot of like me and my friends into playing D&D as a tabletop game, because one of like a friend who was a huge friend of playing a fan of Baldur's Gate, and I'm like, I'm gonna get those. That was like when D&D Third Edition just came out. It's like I'm gonna get those books. We're gonna play that now. And then everyone else had to play Baldur's Gate, and then we were like, wow, this is actually really cool. And let's try this like with dice and do the whole thing. And so yeah, but as a game, it is super fucking grindy, right? You have to do so much. Like, I'm going through this dungeon. There's nothing but like really, boring monsters and shit. And but if I don't go through these like other five dungeons, I'll end up in this other place where I can't get out of because of the way the game is structured, and I'll just die because I am like maybe two levels too low to actually get to the next place, but I can't go back, and now I'm fucked. And in that regard, like game design wise, it's not the perfect game by a long shot, but I think it because it was a bit of a quantum leap, I would argue, not necessarily when it comes to game design, but when it comes to games that reached a large audience where a lot of people were playing like other like RPGs, and then they played Baldur's Gate and were like, holy shit, all of this stuff is suddenly possible. The same way that say Morrowind was, or for other people that didn't play Morrowind, suddenly Oblivion was, or the next generation, everyone was like suddenly playing, you know, the arrow in the knee game that I just can't come up with the name right now. But the way that you suddenly play a game, go like, wow, this is possible. I didn't know this was possible. And then obviously people that are, more dedicated to games go like, well, I've played games like this like for the last 10 years, but no one was asking us, and we had to, pass them around on like fucking floppy disks, and it was like stacks of floppy disks, and we had to use it because you know what I mean, right? But so in that regard, I think Baldur's Gate was an incredibly impactful game. Um, Nexi, free will? I don't know. I think no one knows. I think it's um I dislike the there's no free will number because I'm like it's one of those like really edgy positions that you don't have enough evidence for, but it's sort of like it can be attractive to go there because then you can like be very edgy and so forth, and then suddenly you write like I don't know all seven fucking books of the second apocalypse, and everyone thinks you're the smartest person in the world, and excuses all your Orientalism. And yeah, I don't want to go there, but so I have no fixed position on free will. I'd rather live in a world where free will exists, and I'd rather sort of like act and judge my actions and orient my actions as if free will existed, because and justify my actions that way, because I think that makes me a better person. Because you can use the non-exist or like the denial of free will as the justification for just about everything. Go like, well, I guess it was the bad Daniel that made me do all of that, or I mean, like the physical body, right? So I don't want to go that route. I was actually talking about that with my flatmate, who's a huge fan of Disco Elysium. He's like, hey, we can maybe do that together, and I'll press the buttons and shit, and so forth. So that is certainly an option, right? And we'll see. And yes, obviously there's like text adventures. There have always been text adventures, and they obviously exist, and they can be fun. I've played some Zork in my day. It's still an incredibly deadly game. I think that I haven't tried that, but I think The Last of Us 2 has supposedly some really, really good accessibility features. But since I don't have the kind of like equipment where I could play that game on, I don't know. And I think that's like the other part. Like I would probably to find out which games work and how hard to work on that, I would probably, you know, I'd have to visit a friend who has like a current like gaming console and the a game where that is possible, and then I could try about all of that. But since I don't have that, I'm like, yeah, well, I'm not gonna buy like a fucking PS4, 5, whatever PlayStation number we're at right now, and then spend like another $60 or whatever it costs to play to buy the game, only to find out that I can't. That's an investment that is beyond me. But yeah, text adventures certainly work, and there's always going to be games that are accessible in one way or another, and I mean, blind people can totally play old like fighting games. You can be blind and play Tekken. Trust me, you can be blind and play Mortal Kombat. I've done that. Um, you'll never be really good at, but you can certainly hold like just by button smashing. You can certainly hold your own against like other amateur players. That's very much possible. Yes, Skyrim was the one. Yes. Yeah, there is that thing with the echolocation thing. I know there are people who use that, and I think so. It kind of does work sometimes, maybe. Partly, it's obviously a training thing. Partly, it's also a question of where you are and so forth. Like, there are places where you can use echolocation, and there are places that are, I don't know, the city center of fucking Rome or Athens or whatever, and yeah, forget it. Like, it's not going to work because like the background noise is just going to be too much, right? And on the other hand, like you too use supposed echolocation up to a point, right? Like if you close your eyes or like I assume I don't know, but like how many of you have gotten up in the middle of the night because you need to go and take a piss, right? And it's I don't know 3 a.m. and you really don't want to switch on the light because it's going to blind you and so forth. How many do of you do make your way to the toilet in the middle of the night without switching on the light, without like actually looking? Most of you can do that, obviously, because it's muscle memory. You've lived in wherever you live for the longest time. You know how to do that, but you still sort of like hear when you're getting close to a wall just by virtue of like how sound changes and so forth. It's just that in your like sensory input, which is always like a mix of everything, right? It's a mix of sight and smell and sound and feeling, like because obviously airflows change. Like your sensory input is always a combination of all of that. It's just that for most humans, sight is sort of like the primary sensory input. And like seriously, if you go to like a gallery, you go to like an art museum and you look at a painting, your impression of that painting does change depending on the temperature in that room, depending on whether it smells in a different way, depending on whether there's like loud background noise or anything. All of that will impact your image of whatever painting you're looking at. That's always the case. So, you know, all of you are using echolocation up to a point. You're just not relying on it, but it is part of how you navigate and how you interact in, you know. a very complex dynamic 3D environment. Yeah, exactly. Like both PlayStation and Xbox have invested in that, but they're still incredibly expensive to just like go like I'm gonna drop like 500 quid for like a PlayStation, only to then afterwards find out if I can actually get get something out of that, right? That's why I haven't done anything of the sorts. But I know it exists, and it's only going to get better. It's more like a question of time than anything else. Yeah, I mean that's from all I can say. But like, as I said, I haven't played The Last of Us, but yeah, they feel more like interactive movies in a way. The same way that what was that? Gods. I used to play that like weird like space fighter game that had Mark Hamill in like the cutscenes. Wing Commander, right? It's basically Wing Commander but with zombies. You have like an action scene and then you have like a cutscene, and that's where the story happens. And then you go and kill some more zombies, or fly and kill some aliens, and then Mark Hamill comes back on screen in like glorious 480, if it was that much resolution. No, no, all right. First of all, don't feel bad. It was a valid question, and I think it's not that depressing, right? It's just like interesting to explore like how much something that we call games and then just like push it aside as something not serious, and then how that impacts us. So I think it was a very important and interesting and valid question. So good on you. No, no, it wasn't ableist at all. It was more like don't feel bad for asking the question, right? I mean, to be fair, also there are sort of there's research on that, and having like sort of artificial sort of like retina implants and shit like that, and people are working on that, and it's an ongoing process, and it takes a while and takes longer and longer and longer because it's not that easy, because the retina as sort of like being the thing that is right to your at the end of your optical nerve is incredibly complex, and it's also incredibly you know well, it has a lot of fucking sensors on it, to put it mildly, right? So while you have like sort of like retina implants that tie back to that you can connect to the optical nerve, it leads to something that is, as far as I can tell, I on the one hand very experimental still, and it's also not exactly much better than what I have right now, which is light and dark and maybe some really really strong and bright colors and movement, right? It's like I hold my hand in front of my face and there's like light and I can see that something's moving. For that, I don't need like eye surgery right now, so I'd rather wait until stuff gets better. But yeah. Also, I want like one of those really cool visor things that Jodie LaForge had in Star Trek. If I could please get one of those, that would be really cool. See, that's like one of the really cool things that I really enjoyed about the Redwall books. Also, right? Because Brian Jakes famously started writing Redwall because he was his job at the time was being well, working at the Liverpool School for the Blind and reading books to blind children and in the early 80s. And he was like, well, these books suck, I'm going to write my own. And when you read Redwall, a lot of these have like incredibly like varied sensory like descriptions, a lot of like stuff about like taste and smell and feel and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, that's because he was writing for an audience that would really appreciate not just visual descriptions, I guess. That's a rule of like having like three senses in like every description, something you could like both in like writing tips, but also like if you read like any or like any sort of like game master this sort of like rules or not rules but like tips for like tabletop RPGs, like it's always like try to have like two or three senses at least. Like three senses is probably like the sweet spot. Like talk about how something looks, how something smells, and how something sounds, or talk about how something looks and how something feels and how something smells and so forth. Like pick three senses because that feels more real. Fun thing, and I mentioned that on like the Friday sprints in the morning because I was just like finishing the chapter of the Blood and Mistletoe book. That moment when you know you've read too much because everything is connecting to everything. The first new 18th and then 19th century order of druids in Britain, on the island of Anglesey. Was sort of like a charitable organization. It was like a club, and everyone chipped in, and they took their dues to then donate to things to improve the country around them. So they donated a lot of money to like different hospitals and stuff. And one of the things that Order of the Druids donated to a lot was the Sanctuary for the Blind in Liverpool in like 1790 or 1800 or whatever it was at the time. And that's the place then Brian Jakes worked at when he started writing Redwall. I'm like, how does a book about the history of druids that I'm reading right now connect to the fucking Redwall books? And I'm like, yeah, don't ever read too much. It's actually dangerous because suddenly everything connects and then you see the truth. So don't. Yeah, see, that's like another thing there, Chantel, and I think that's I found that really interesting in the way it was dealt with in sort of like Death of the Author by Nadia Okorafor, because it also obviously deals with like disability, and it's one of those things that is so, I don't know, complex to talk about, in that the way we explore disability, the way we want to overcome disability or accept it and deal with it is so fucking individual. But it's so difficult to make like a general statement about that. But because, we want to put people into boxes and have like general statements and apply rules and then decide what is normal, by which we mean applies to a norm, and everything that is abnormal is then cut down to size basically, or pushed out or whatever, leads to all kinds of problems. There's like that discourse in the way that like should people and I know it exists sort of like in the deaf community a lot. And I don't know much about that because I don't want to go too much into that. But I know there's a conversation there where like activists are like, well, if you are basically using surgery and medical technology to mitigate that, the entire culture of using sign language is going to sort of like die. And you're doing that, and you're not even asking us as people who are using sign language and so forth. You just decide that for the next generation, go like, oh, we're just gonna do that to you guys. And I say like I'm obviously not part of that. All my hearing problems are self-inflicted by not using earplugs at Motorhead concerts, but so I don't have like any right to talk about that. But like I think it's an important question. Like, should there be like a point where people go like, well, I guess we have a way to fix eyesight from now on. Should you do that without asking or not? Because it would obviously mean that people will no longer learn Braille, people will no longer write in Braille. You are certainly taking away culture, and I don't know how to do that because, well, me personally, right now, I would go like, yeah, sure. If you find a way to make sure that no one is ever going to be blind again, yeah, press that button right now because it sucks. But I can't make that choice for everyone else, and neither can anyone else, and that's kind of the problem there. So, and especially when we're talking about like surgery and so forth, because that stuff is never 100%, safe. In fact, the more difficult the surgery, the higher the risk, and you need to make sure that people making those choices for themselves will not get punished for not making the choice that you want them to make. Yeah, exactly, Ron. That's kind of my point, right? It's um it's a kind of conversation that I don't want to barge into because I have no skin in the game. But that's kind of thing. That's people that need to. That's something that I think it's easy to sort of ignore that and just like talk over people who have like an actual stake in that conversation, and that's kind of to tie that back, right? That's like once again where that idea of we quantify everything and the goal is to maximize those numbers. If you're doing that, you're totally going like, yeah, of course, we'll just do the medical thing, and then everyone is going to be happy because like line goes up, right? Even though it's So what about the people that are there's people that are part of that line, right? What about the individual dots in that line? Don't them dots have like free will? Or even if they don't have free will, how are you gonna you know what I mean? And yes, hello, Ron. See, and yeah, that's really cool. And I think it's, to get back to like the privilege thing that we spoke about earlier. That's part of that. It's like yes, like most people seeing the fact that you can pick between a wheelchair and a desk chair in your productivity tool, right? Feels unnecessary. But like if you're one of the people that actually, use a wheelchair, you feel seen. You feel accepted, you feel valid in that moment. And that is fucking important. Same thing with, being able to pick your pronouns. Like 90% of people don't care because they don't have to care. But it's good to have that if you can. In so many situations, in like most situations, it's a minuscule, absolute minuscule change, or, it's not going to inconvenience anyone else. It's more like, oh, now I have to actually select the desk chair or the wheelchair. It's one click. That's clearly too much. Voke is coming for my productivity tools. And that's kind of what I mean, where like the whole like privilege thing kind of comes in, right? Because the fact that you have to think that you have to even become conscious of the fact that this is not, that this is a thing and not just a non-thing that is just like in the background. That is already too much for a lot of people, because suddenly you need to ask questions, or suddenly you start to ask questions even if you don't want to ask questions. And that I think is like where a lot of that comes from, which is once again why I got so fucking upset about the whole Mike's Book Review stream yesterday. It's like, it's a positive and good place. Like, for whom, motherfucker? For whom? I hope it was whom and not who. Anyway, you can only say that if you are like in that one place that affords you to not have to think about anything. All right, see you around, Patrick. Glad you could come by. I always appreciate hanging out with you. Yeah, all right. I mean, it's been a long time since I watched the Star Trek Next Generation, but I think it was pretty solid in a lot of ways, because it did, you know, look at like actually sort of like interrogate the idea. Well, what does it mean to have a disability? With like, what happens if the tool goes away? The visor fails and suddenly you can't see. Or what does it mean if you don't need the visor and you can suddenly see without the visor? Now, how do those things sort of like impact your personality and who you are and so forth? So yeah, it was, for something done in like the late 80s, early 90s, it was pretty good, I would argue. But I would have to rewatch it in detail to say more about that. But yeah, I feel the same, but it's memory. See, that's like one of those like really interesting things that you say there, or with like our society disables people. Um, One of those things that I found really interesting, because it's kind of different in language, right? Is when you switch from like German to English, is that it's really important when when you use English, right, to say person with a disability and not say disabled, because those are two very different things. Because having a disability means just like this one thing that you can't do the same way that everyone else. You have a problem with that one specific thing. What if you say this is a disabled person? It basically means we have like, you know, uncheck that checkbox and suddenly they are no longer able. It's like, what? You're basically devaluing the entire personality, the entire person, by saying they're a disabled person. They're a person with a disability. That's a that's a massive difference. And it sounds super fucking ridiculous to a lot of people before you start thinking about it. And it does make a massive difference, because so much of like how we process language, how we interact with language, how we do all of that. So much of that is happening on like more like a subconscious, semi-conscious, whatever level. And yeah, no, I'm not disabled. I have a disability. There's a difference. I can do a lot of like, really dumb things. I'm able to do a lot of I'm able to do a lot of harm. I am not disabled in that regard. Trust me. And it's important to understand how these small bits and pieces do actually have like a large effect, and it's super difficult to, I don't know, hammer that into like the brains of people who don't want to think. Yeah, Chantel. See, with that specific word, I think it's like one of those things where so I know there are people with disabilities, different disabilities, that are using that as as a self descriptor, as sort of like taking it back kind of thing, right? And I don't know how I feel about that because I've and that's like the other thing that because which is like one of the reasons why I say saying disability matters so much because there's so many differences there. It's like I'm blind. I can get away with a lot of things. Like in the hierarchy of disabilities, being blind is still fairly high up. Being in a wheelchair is already further down in that hierarchy. In both on like how when it comes to sort of like participation in society in a lot of ways, and so forth. And that's why I'm kind of sort of like don't want to say like make like any grand claims about anything in that regard. But I know that there are people who use the term that specific word actively to sort of like to reclaim it and also to because at this point it obviously is used as a slur by a lot of people, but it's also the kind of word that can be used to sort of like break conversations to shatter sort of like this like we're just like smooth over this and just like bury people with disabilities under sort of like corporate speech or whatever. And it's like, now you call someone a cripple, you break that sort of like weird understanding, right? So I understand that, but it's a kind of term that has to be used by people with disability. You can't just use that as a person without any disability to call someone else, right? It's I don't want to make like a comparison to like the N word, but I think it goes into sort of like a similar direction. It's like you can use that as a self thing for yourself, but no one else should do that. So I totally totally get you why you're so red there, and yeah, rightly so. Yeah, Alicia, I agree. It's a very hard discussion. I don't know how to have that how to have that conversation. It's like I said, it was like a very calm and collected conversation, devoid of rage and irony. And I don't know. I think I don't know how good we're doing on that one. And but yeah, I think I agree. It's a very important conversation. The problem with like this is that we often go like, this is a conversation we need to have. I would say I would argue that when we there are things where, uh, especially when we use the term, this is a conversation. The key thing about a conversation is that it's an ongoing thing. This will never stop. This will never end. This continuously changes. We need to be talking about that always. Not every single moment of our lives, but this is This is not something where you go like, yeah, we've settled this. We've solved disabilities right now. It's like that's not how that works. Conversations are ongoing, and this changes depending where you are, who you are, how you are, all of that. This changes continuously, and this keeps going. But we need to keep talking about it. We need to bring it up, and all of that. It's frustrating because it's hard work, and usually it's people with disabilities that are forced to have that conversation. My favorite part of like Next Generation Star Trek show was the thing where Jean-Luc Picard is back in France with his brother and they have that fist fight in the vineyard. That is something I remember when they just like punch each other in the face in between the in the vineyard. That was glorious because it felt so real. So, like when it comes back to the cripple thing, right? Like I know that Nicola Griffith and some other authors with disabilities have formed this like collective of authors calling it Criplet, which is like authors with disabilities writing about disability in their literature. And I understand why they're doing that, and I think that's a good thing to do because you need like a punchy slogan, one that is sort of like in interrupting things. It is slightly disruptive and so forth, but that's part of the term, right? But don't call me that in public, right? Or just, I don't give you like that specific C word pass. Hey, I found that really funny. I really enjoyed that aura. That was like really, not that I have a brother, nor that we have a vineyard, but if I had, and if we had, I'm pretty sure that would happen. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you had to stay up at and always for like my breakfast sprints last week. I really, really appreciate that you spent so much time hanging out with me. It's really cool. Well, good, good for your dad. I think your dad is really cool, Alicia. Yeah, that's see. So he to bring it back to that book about the mining thing, right? There's an interesting part in that history of mining strikes, coal mining strikes in West Virginia, and I'm using this right now not because it's like the only book I've ever read or it's the best book I've ever read, but I think it's important because you can learn something from those things, and especially when it comes to like focused history, you can always extrapolate, right? Um, a thing that you have, right? Like in mining strike history in West Virginia, you have those strikes, and the UMWA is very intercultural and so forth, and it unionizes. It has in its charter from the beginning that no matter the skin color or whatever, everyone is in there, and they're doing all of that. And then after World War One ends, and all the things they had, like won during that time and so forth, all that gets cut in like the early 20s, and then because capitalism being the thing it is, and so forth, the institutions turn against them and do some incredibly shady shit and so forth. So the union is sort of like pushed back in all kinds of ways. And what happens then is that the KKK moves into the same space and starts separating all these different groups, different, the Italians from the Black Americans, from the blacks, from the Anglo-Saxon, good old Anglo-Saxon West Virginians and so forth. It splits up everyone by their ethnic background and so forth, because the problem is still there, right? The problem is still that miners are worked to death and capitalists take away everything and so forth. But once you take away that idea of solidarity, of like mutual aid, of intersectionality, you take away that by force, obviously, and fiat and all of the incredibly fucked up things that capitalism and so forth will do. You still have the need, and that allows sort of like toxic agents to creep in and separate everyone into their individual groups and dismiss that solidarity while playing on the thing. And that's exactly the same thing. It's like, well, it's all just it. No, it's not fucking it, Paul. You need everyone there, and you need to make sure that all their individual aspects of being a black miner in West Virginia versus being an Italian versus being a Irish, being a Scottish, being whatever else, Hungarian, and so forth. Mine, all of their individual sort of like things need to be put into context. You can't just go like, well, you're black and you're white, and you know, being aware of that, I think, is something that where you can see the people that are now going like, oh, it's just it Paul. No, it's not just fucking it Paul. Those things matter. They have always mattered. It's why you need to be why you think intersectional. Yeah, that certainly makes the punching part much easier, Alicia. That's true. Yeah, exactly, Ora. That's the thing. It's like it's something you can use for like to it's a reclamation thing. It's like you can use that as a form of emancipation, but that's up to you. It's like I personally don't feel the need to use that at the moment. I might pick it in a situation where I was already incredibly pissed off by someone pretending to be on my side and being incredibly patronizing. That's sort of like the moment where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck you up by using something that will totally, shatter your image of being the good guy because clearly you're not. But it mostly has shock value and sort of like, there's a strength in the reclamation of slurs. I totally get that. There's a strength in that, and I won't take that away from anyone. But yeah, that's a choice that people need to make on their own. It's an own voices kind of thing. Like, I want to call people slurs. It's something I like to do. But it's like, oh, on the one hand, like no one's fucking stopping you. No one ever stopped you from using any of those slurs at all. Like the consequences have been fucking minuscule. They've always been like non-existent. Like Donald Trump could have used the N-word whenever he fucking wanted to, and like the consequences would have been like nothing. Whatever, I just pushed down. Anyway, it you know what I mean, right? It doesn't matter. And that's the point. It's like, oh, I'm not allowed to use the R word. It's like, are you? Like, nothing, it's not like the PC cops are coming to drag you out of your house and shoot you behind the shed just because you used the R word. That's never been the fucking case, right? So that whole complaint is so fucking hypocritical to begin with. It's I don't know. It's just so fucking frustrating. That's sort of like to bring it back to the whole booktube thing. One of the things that I found so annoying is like there is so much privilege in the larger like booktube sphere, right? We and I'm part of that, right? Like I'm a very privileged booktuber in like almost every way possible, right? Because the disability part basically doesn't count. I think like my largest like sort of like my largest problem when it comes to being successful on booktube is the fact that I'm not American. But beyond that, like right, but there's like to bring it, to go back to that Daniel Green thing, right? Like you have the whole like Matt's Fantasy Book Reviews does this dumb joke, and it's a really, really dumb joke. It's a tasteless joke. Don't get me wrong. It's like I get why he thought it was funny. Don't get me wrong. If you make that joke in front of like five people, I get it. It's still tasteless, but you can make tasteless jokes in front of like five people who have no connection to the actual problem because it is tasteless, and you can argue about how that does sort of like reinforce, not reinforce, but like certainly not counteract certain toxic behaviors, certain toxic thought patterns, or whatever. But in front of like five people who know what you're doing, it's fine, right? You can do that because we all do that. It's part of like what being human is. You sort of like push against boundaries. You cross boundaries and jump back and forth across boundaries. It's one of the ways of recognizing that there are boundaries. So he fucked up there. The thing is, there's still people in his comments going like, "Oh, that was a really cool joke." It's like, why do you think that was a really cool joke? Don't you think about like the actual effect? And on his own server, which I'm still sort of in because I'm not exactly someone who can be bothered to click on buttons on Discord to move out of service. Since then, he has done like he put up his video on Memories of Ice. And he's like, here's my new video and MOI. There's nothing dangerous happening with those three letters recently, is there? So the fact that people gave him pushback for making that video is now sort of become like a badge of honor and something to joke about and pat each other on the back in his community. And that's an important element because that's sort of like how you create those resistances to, you know, something that is in theory a good thing, right? I mean, everyone's like, you've done something dumb and it hurts to be told that you fucked up. And don't get me wrong, I get it. The impulse of doubling down once you've done something stupid is very natural, at least for dudes. It may be part of like how dudes are brought up in a lot of ways, but like I do something stupid, people tell me I do something stupid. My first impulse is to double down and be mad. That's just like who I am, and I assume that's a lot of people, and partly that's like just partly you know tied to like masculinity or like the image of masculinity that a lot of us got grew up with in a lot of ways. But I get that, but like turning that into sort of like a thing in a community is reinforcing, and that's happening right now. And that kind of builds that group of people that are not affected by what he did there because they are possibly, mostly dudes that have never had to, think about, sexual assault or anything of the sorts. And suddenly you build that group that has something that separates them from everyone else. And once you've built like an out group and an in group, that in group will move somewhere else because they're gonna avoid conflict. And you call them out, they're like, oh, these are the others. You've built a border for othering now. And that's so fucked up. And that's gonna, splinter things further and further. And then you have like broader narratives that sort of like push all of these small splinter communities into larger groups along specific lines, and one of them will be are we okay with rape jokes or are we not line. And that should not be a line that exists. Like, in general, it should not exist. And if it exists, it should be a very clear line where you're like, if you're beyond that line, you're out. But because of the way these things work, that won't happen, and it's frustrating. See, I'm immune against the PC police because right now I only have a laptop computer, so I'm good. Here we go. No, um, yeah, maybe I do. Also, maybe I do. Yes, yeah. See, once again, that's one of those things, right, Chantel? Like, it's one of those like things that people don't necessarily think too much about, like disabilities, physical disabilities. I don't even want to. I don't know about having to use a wheelchair, right? Um, things that feel like nothing are suddenly a big deal, right? Recently, like I had the same thing, like a package wasn't delivered and it got taken back to the next post office, and I knew where the post office was or like used to be, and then that post office was closed down, so it was a different post office. And I'm blind, so I need to find out where the fucking post office is where they took my package. And I'm like, that's a whole fucking thing. That's me having to ask friends, looking at fucking Google Maps, them telling me where that is, and so forth, or someone asking someone with a car to drive me there so I can pick it up. And now I know where it is. But like, that's all like that's time and energy and mental energy and sanity and all kinds of fucking shit that is piled into that most people don't even think about, because it's like, well, I guess I'll just go and pick it up there because I can just like do that. And that's sort of like one of those things that I feel often gets kind of buried when we're talking about disabilities of any kind. Mental health is part of that, right? Just to be clear, right? Neurodivergence, mental health issues are all part of that. Like, if you have any kind of disability, what it does is it adds like a constant background low cost to everything you do just by virtue of being alive. And very few people are aware of that, or very few people are willing to acknowledge that and sort of keep that sort of like take that cost into account. And it's incredibly frustrating because I'm like, right? I it, it Yeah, I can't because right now I've just spent like 20 minutes finding out where that fucking thing is, and I know everyone else could have done it in like 2 minutes, but I can't. And it it took me 20 minutes of my life that I could have spent with other things, and those were 20 intense minutes because they involved me having to ask friends, and having to ask people always costs soul points basically and shit, right? So yeah, that low sort of like background cost of making life more, I don't know, making life more stressful, I think is one of those things that is hard to hard to verbalize, I think. Yeah, yeah, totally get that, Alicia. And that's, I think, so. Here's the thing: like, I'm fairly lucky there in a lot of situations. Not everywhere, not always, and so forth. But because I am, I'm a dude. I'm physically fit in a lot of ways, right? Yeah, I'm overweight, but whatever, right? Like, I'm physically fit. I'm in a lot of ways. I'm a very aggressive kind of person. Like, not necessarily always, but I am. Like, I'm in a room. You notice I'm in a room, right? So people are careful with that whole, like, sort of like, I'm beneath you, you're beneath me kind of thing. So I guess I'm lucky there, but like part of that is, of course, once again, like, the patriarchy and sexism and shit like that, right? And the fact that I'm white, and the fact that I'm, yeah, physically fit, because that hierarchy between disabilities, like, yeah, I'm blind, but that don't show when I'm lifting, eh? You know what I mean? and so it, I don't suffer from it that much, but it does certainly come up. Yeah, you're right. It's not specific to disability. Yeah, the beard certainly does help. And here's an interesting thing, because it's not just people looking down on you. And to bring it back to a book that we spoke about before, because you really need to read that unless you're Apollo and Aura, because you have already read it or reading it. Death of the Author does a really good job of showing how, um, it's not necessarily people looking down on you because they think you are lesser. There's the opposite side of people that love you, people that are, your family, your friends, that are protective of you, that can still sort of like kind of hug you too tight and be too protective, and all person, your ability of being your own person, and they're doing that out of protectiveness, but it's still gonna stunt you. It's still gonna, and you still have to fight that, because you still, you still want to be your own, right? And well, it's obviously different whether you're, struggling against someone who just thinks you're lesser because you have a disability, and they kind of dismiss you because of that, or it's someone who really just wants to help you and be on your side, and they're just not fucking getting it. I would argue, like, on an emotional level, the second part is much harder. Like, sort of like struggling against, your family and your friends trying to protect you from yourself without actually knowing what it means to be you, is emotionally way more costly. But like, both are fucking frustrating, and both have a cost, which is like, you know to switch to a different book, why I think, and it took me a while to accept that, but why, the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, by Stephen R. Donaldson, are so good as books is exactly that, because they are so real about the cost, and how that can lead to being incredibly bitter, and just angry, and vicious, because that cost, someone has to pay that cost, and that might just be you, and you're going to pay that with humanity at some point. You're going to pay that with your ability to be optimistic, with your ability to be positive, to be kind, and all of these other things. You that's one of the ways of paying that price. Yeah, yeah, I know, Chantal. Yeah, sorry the audio cut out. I have no idea what happened there. Yeah, but Apollo, yes, it is incredibly enraging, but it is real and it happens. And it's so difficult to explain that because it comes from a good place, right? It comes from a good place. And because all of us want to be good people, like, the fundamental things, like all of us want to be good people. It's so difficult to convince someone who does like everything that sounds, good, right? Being protective is good. Supporting people is good. Making sure that people don't hurt themselves is good. And you're like, yeah, but what you're doing right now is still wrong. That goes so that's so counterintuitive. It's really hard to do that. And it's one of the reasons why that book rang so true to me. It's like, because yeah, haven't I been there? Haven't I been there? Like, of course I have. That's exactly that. And you know that those are like the people that mean the best for they want the best for you. And it's like every time I tell them that they're doing wrong, I'm hurting them on like a very clear level. Like I don't mind like hurting someone who already thinks I'm lesser, but like someone who wants the best for me, and I'm like, no, you're actually harming me right now. I know that I'm hurting them in their core, and that's you know the emotional cost in all of that is so fucking high. Chantal, the book is called Death of the Author by Nadia Okorafor, and it's incredibly good. It's like really, really good. See, that's the point. Like, even Elon Musk thinks that he is a good person, right? He wants to be the good person. His very specific version of being a good person is somewhat idiosyncratic, to put it mildly, but he doesn't want to be the bad guy. No, no, that's totally valid, Apollo, right? That's still the same thing because they're trying to protect you. It's so dumb also because the George R. Martin quote says like this book has it all, and it's the most generic fucking quote ever. But it's also true because it does sort of like cover everything. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna get myself another beer. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. Talk to yourself for like 3 minutes. I'll be back. I'm also going to make a lot of noise because I'm knocking over way too many beer bottles. Motherfucker. See, that's why I still bump against things in the night, even though I use, echolocation. All right, I'm back. I hope you're still alive and everything. And yeah, uh, so maybe let's move beyond the disability talk, unless you have more to add there. It's you know, I think it's one of those things where I often struggle with, uh, because once again, I think definitely the author does touch on that in an interesting way. Is like, you are someone who is in public and has made their disability a public thing, right? And suddenly it becomes a topic you are sort of like, well, not forced to talk about, but sort of kind of expected to talk about. And it's once again one of those like really weird like double-edged swords, right? On the one hand, it's like my specific disability, right? I'm blind, but it's a very specific form of blindness. I can only speak for myself, maybe slightly for other people with the same specific condition and so forth, right? But people who are not blind and have not met a blind person or have like a blind family member or whatever, they have no idea. You have no idea what it means to be blind, how to talk to someone who's blind, how to deal with someone in a correct way. You want to know. See, who's the person who has to explain this? Well, it's me, isn't it? Or like any other like blind person. So that's like an additional cost that is in there, and suddenly you are sort of like pigeonholed, and it's not just like a problem for people with disabilities, right? It's the same thing for any marginalized group, right? You're a trans person, you're kind of expected to talk about trans things, right? Because people are going to ask you, and that's frustrating. You're a person of color, you're a person with a specific national background. It's like, you're the Russian. Yeah, well, you're the person who's now in charge of explaining Russianness to us. You're Chinese, you're the person in charge of explaining Chinese stuff to us, and so forth. And it's like, on the one hand, yes, well, you're the expert, so it makes sense to ask you. But on the other hand, it's super, it's pigeonholing you in a lot of ways. It's pigeonholing me when it comes to blindness, right? And on the other hand, if I don't do it, I'm sort of, by the same way, like by not doing it, by denying that, I'm basically harming everyone else, because if I explain what this and this means, you'll be, better when you next have to talk to another person that is blind. The interaction will be better, will be more positive, start on like a level of more understanding, and you can move on from there. And like, so me doing this is beneficial to everyone. So if I don't do that because I, you know, can't be bothered, because I'm too tired, too exhausted, too depressed, whatever, suddenly I'm actually harming everyone. And then I feel bad, which is really good when you're already depressed, right? So that's sort of like the cost, or the expectation of, or the responsibility of speaking for for your entire marginalized group by virtue of being different, I think is one of those things that we need to sort of like acknowledge in a way. And I don't know how to do that. That is fucking amazing, Chantel. I'm honestly, I'm amazed. I fail at that. It's so easy to do laundry and then just like forget it in the machine and just like go back the next day and it's like, oh fuck, I guess I have to start this again because now it's smelly as fuck. And yes, oh, so I am. It's bad. Yeah, I feel like see, obviously I'm not a trans person, and so I'm hesitant to speak on that. But like I think uh, partly it's very easy to do that because it does touch on so many things that sort of are triggering to a lot of people because it it, it it cuts to like the core of like the self in a lot of ways. It's like it talks about your embodiment, like how you feel in your body on the one hand, especially, but it also talks about sort of like gender roles, gender expectations, all of that stuff. Like it's very easy to pick trans people because you know they make a lot of people feel uncomfortable to begin with, so it's easy to pin it on someone. Like in the list of people to pin it to, that will probably get a lot of people go like, well, they make me feel uncomfortable and I can't vocalize it, but now you're giving me a reason. I get why they're doing it. It's obviously wrong. It's insanely fucked up because of everything, but holy shit. Yeah. So I see why it's happening and where it's coming from because you know, in a world that is washing away all these others, like sort of like certainties that everyone was clinging to, right? Like everything else is sort of like falling apart when it comes to things we can expect and say, well, something that is so close to sort of like the core of personality, if you take that certainty away as well, or and just by having people actively questioning that, you sort of like questioning, you're taking that certainty away for people who are, usually pretty solid in who they in their own like sort of like gender identity, right? But simply by someone else going, well, gender identity is something that is up for discussion. You're taking that certainty away when, all the other certainties have been washed away as well. So I think that's sort of like that's where a lot of like the sort of very I'm looking for a word right now. One of those like weird English words that is originally Latin, but like visceral. That's what I was looking for. That's where that visceral sort of like element of transphobia comes from. Is that it's taking the axe to like the core of everyone's understanding, like the final last certainty that people still desperately cling to, while everything around them is breaking down, and climate change is happening and capitalism is finally falling apart, everything else is breaking apart. At least I know I'm still a man, and then you tell me that even that is no longer certain, and then people are losing their shit. And I think that's like where a lot of like the viciousness of like transphobia comes from at the moment, and why so many people are pinning it on that, beyond just the fact that, of course, trans people being the one of the easiest target groups because there's so few of them, and so forth. But like I think there is that sort of like very that visceral element to it that makes it so successful. Yeah, see, but that's the point. It's like that's not a transgender thing. It's like I don't want to see anyone else's dick either. Neither does anyone else. But like that's not the point, right? It's that's a made up thing, right? And we all know that, but I think it's far more about that certainty that we kind of build up and how we construct identity and how we believe in or how we want to cling to certain beliefs in a way, right? And if you take that away, that makes a lot of people incredibly scared. And I know what to do about that because I think it's difficult to take that source away completely because I mean, yeah, it's easy. It's like make all the other things less threatening, and then people don't care about it anymore. Wouldn't that be like a good thing? Well, let's fix climate change and abandon, yeah, abolish capitalism and take down the patriarchy, and then I guess we we solve the other thing by extension. But that's not how we can do that. So right now, you can only just fight back on that one issue and then claw it back from there. And the problem there is, of course, that suddenly you have like all these different forces for all these other issues, all focusing on like one very, very small sort of battleground. And suddenly shit gets very difficult because by virtue of it being a very small, like by numbers, very small, they're sort of like marginalized sort of issue. Everyone else can get just like, why are we even talking about this? It's only like 500 people. Who cares? I was like, A, and most importantly, because it's people. And every single fucking human counts by being a human being. That's what it means to be human, that everyone is worth the same. You know, ignore the whole like numbers game that we already talked about earlier. It's like, fuck them. That's the first part, and that's the big one. But even beyond that, then suddenly you have to go and like, well, because all this other stuff depends on that. And yeah, I don't know. It's fucking frustrating, is what it is. Well, cheers, Chantal. I respect that. I would pour a glass of wine, but I would have to find the bottle of wine that we still have. No, all right. It is ridiculous. I mean, it it absolutely fucking is stupid as it gets. At least I'm still a man. It's like the fuck. Like anyone can be a man. That's the point, right? If you want to be a man, be a man. Um. Well, look. As someone with a penis, I would argue that urinals are fine. They're cool. Um, there is a thing, and I don't know how to explain that. Like, and here's the thing: is I don't know how much of that is patriarchy and how you educate people and so forth. But it might also just like be like a physical thing of it's just like how genitals are constructed and shit like that. But like pissing at a tree is really fun. Um, I hate to say that. It feels good, is what I'm saying. Uh, but that's not something to build like an entire ideology on, right? It's like really like it's a bad joke, right? It's not a good joke by any stretch of the imagination. I mostly enjoy it because the person who first told it to me was someone who was beyond that a very very conservative person the in every like way. Also, a very masculine person. But I was like, it's a stupid joke. I'm gonna tell it to you anyway, and you have to live with that. It's like so you have like God, and, it's still like, gender binary and everything, but like bear with me for a second. It's like, God creates everything, and then there's like, all right, I'm gonna create two genders, and there's like men and there's women. It's like, and he hands out gifts. God hands out gifts to everyone. It's not he, it's like God is they, obviously. Like, God hands out gifts to everyone. It's like, I have like two gifts left, and I can give one to men and one to women. So Adam, Eve, we're gonna talk about this. I have two gifts left. So the first gift we have is like pissing while standing up. And Adam goes like, I want this, I want this, I want this. And I was like, you want to hear the other one? Adam, no, no, I want this. It's perfect. He gives it to Adam. Adam goes off, pisses against trees, is the happiest man in the world. It's like, all right, Eve, I guess you get multiple orgasms now. And yeah, it's not exactly a good joke, but it was really good because the person who told that to me is someone who's probably he's at this point a very art conservative kind of person. I'm like, look, you were able to understand the ridiculousness of all of this. Event Horizon Blonde. Did it come back from beyond a black hole? And do you have now like all these weird things happening around you? I hope not. Yeah, look, it's not a bad joke. It obviously only works if it's one of those jokes that only works if you kind of get where the problem is, and it's still sort of reinforcing the problem at the same time. But like, it's still funny. Bastian, I don't know. I wish I had. Write something else for a change. Is I guess the best I can come up with. Sort of. Yeah. Write something else. Do something else. But I'm not really good at that because I've certainly failed at writing so many times that I wish I knew. I honestly wish I knew. Uh, sorry. I wish I knew anything else beyond just like try something else. Step back. Break your brain. Do something completely else. Go to a concert. Um, do something that sort of like shakes up your the rut that you kind of fall into, and or give yourself an incredibly stupid fucking deadline for something else and just like try to write like 5 sentences before you have to do the other thing, and then don't look back. That's usually how I deal with stuff. I'm like force myself to do it ridiculously much and then force through it, and then hopefully have a chance to to go back and make it better afterwards. But that's why I'm not a writer, because I have writer's block all the time. See, Paul, I still have to read motorcycle Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. Yeah, I know it exists. I have read way too much about it and so forth, but I still haven't read it yet. But I think, it's one of those classics of like sort of like stuff that has made it so deeply into like cultural awareness that you kind of have to at some point. But then I've never had to do like motorcycle maintenance, so you know, haven't been that many reasons for me to do that. Sorry to hear that, Chantal. But yeah, that sucks. And that's like one of those things, right? You're like, I'm doing my best, and then suddenly something stupid happens, and you're like, oh fuck. Guess I failed again, and it's so frustrating. Um, yeah. I hope it's not too much of a mess because eggs are egg is super hard to clean up, so I hope it's not too bad. Look, you can make it into like a two-part thing. Gog Magog and Lud Luda worked really well in like a two-part book. So you know, I hate to count the compromise, but between like a one massive book and a trilogy, there is a compromise that is still kind of edgy and cool. That's what I'm saying. Well, that's good, Chantel, because cooking eggs is a good thing to do. Also, yeah, no, I feel like your entire like democracy or lack thereof has kind of hinged on the price of eggs at this point. So here's the thing that makes this even more ridiculous in Germany is that the German slang term, what for balls in English is egg is well, the German word for eggs, Eier, is what you would call balls. So there's a sexual connotation whenever you read any of these news about the price of eggs in any German newspaper about Americans being upset about eggs. I'm like, oh. And then you go back like, I guess it's still about masculinity, isn't it? So now you know something obscure about German slang, I guess. See, I have no idea what eggs cost in Germany right now. I should probably figure that one out, but I think it's below $8, which I assume is something like €7 or something. I'm pretty sure eggs are cheaper right now in Germany. Guess socialism does still actually work. I mean, not that it is socialism, but you know what I mean. Well, I mean, obviously, forum does sort of impact that kind of thing, right? So I get why it is the same thing in different languages, but like in German, it's like Americans concerned about the price of eggs, and you read that in German, like, okay, Americans concerned about the price of balls. I'm like, well, whatever. Where was? I'm not getting into that specific language conflict. I would not know. Doing some egg research, I guess. No, gods. See, it starts to become incredibly sexist just by connection. It's bad. Yeah, dentist. Speaking of, I have a dentist appointment at 9 a.m. on Monday to get the whole like pirate smile fixed and turn it into, you know, a less derelict kind of perspective. We'll see. I'm still wondering whether I should ask how much like a gold tooth actually costs because it would be so ridiculous. We'll see. Um, but I guess I'll just go with the main thing. Yeah, exactly, Bastian. Well, next, I mean, I broke that tooth. I knocked it out, and then the rest of the tooth got pulled last Friday. And the goal is still to have like a replacement and not look like this all the time because it actually is really bad. It makes talking really difficult, and I lisp even more than I usually do, and it's not exactly good, right? So the goal is to get like a new tooth, and now that the root has been removed and everything, I can go back and to my dentist and have like a replacement thing put in there while the bone is regrowing, and then they can put in like a new implant, and it'll take for fucking ever. But yeah, the pirate whatever look will stop very soon. Guess I should probably get like a harmonica and take some pictures in front of like a freight train before that happens. See, Paul, I would love to go gold. I have no idea how much that costs because I don't have any gold, and I think it's going to be incredibly expensive. And the last gold I had was my wedding ring before I got divorced, and then I sold that wedding ring and the gold to pay for flights for a band for a festival, and which was a good thing to do, right? But now I have no gold left, so I would have to figure out how to pay for a gold tooth. But it would be really cool. Thing is, like with my teeth, beyond that, it was it's so funny because like German healthcare generally is pretty good. Teeth, not so much. Dental stuff is sort of like you have to go to the dentist every 6 months, and you sort of like have so they take like notes. So if you require like dental stuff and you have been there every 6 months for like a checkup and everything, then they pay most of it. And if you haven't checked up regularly, then they take that away from the coverage of your tooth stuff, your dental stuff, because it's like if you go there, don't go there for like 5 years and your teeth rot away, then I still think it's wrong, but I kind of get where they're coming from. I get the argument, but like all my dental problems are me, um, you know, using blunt instruments, by which I mean the ground, to knock out teeth. And that's not something you can cover by like checkups, by regular checkups, because how are you going to do that, right? So I'm incredibly annoyed by the fact that this still kind of applies to how much healthcare is going to cover of my dental thing. But what you're going to do. Obviously, I mean, the goal is take an axe to the next health insurance company and do the whole like Viking thing. But I don't know if they allow me to keep all the gold to use it for the like a tooth replacement. Who knows? Yes, exactly, Next, it's like you go regularly, because if you go regularly and something develops, then you can catch it early, which makes it easier to fix and cheaper and so forth. And kind of makes sense, right? Well, it was a festival I organized, so yeah, it was definitely worth it. Don't get me wrong, none of those were that was like one wedding ring well spent to get Cardinals Folly to play in Marburg. No, it was good. Definitely. Oh yeah, I'll headbutt the earth anytime, man. Why? Because the earth deserves it. Yeah, no, I know, Apollo. That's kind of one of those like ridiculous things. Looking at the fact that like apparently the other thing costs like 1,000 euros anyway, so I guess. I should look into that because like having a gold tooth would be so fucking cool. It would be ridiculous though, but you know. Right? Right, Nexi? That's it. Fuck the earth. You know, let's get that whole climate change thing going. Let's get that motherfucker down. 70% water. My ass. Holy shit, that's a lot of money, Chantel. That's a fucking whole lot of money. See, the one reason why I, as a blind person, can be a good accelerationist is because I don't see what's coming, right? No, in all seriousness, like a gold tooth would be super fucking ridiculous. So no, we'll see. I have an appointment with a dentist on Monday at 9 a.m. and we'll talk about stuff. We'll see how that's going. Holy fuck, $75? That's like way more than like one needle, including the shot at like at any train station in Germany. Just say like, I know that's not what you meant. I know, but um, right now not too much. Also, because she's still at the hospital with the whole thing, and she can't speak that much. No, I was to just to bring that up for people who know, is like my mother is currently at the hospital because she has Well, she was put into the hospital for like some form of pneumonia, which is not a pneumonia, but it's apparently um, something close to pneumonia, which is a bacterium of the tuberculosis family. Because something I've learned today is like the older you get, the older the sicknesses get that you can that you can like actually contract. So my goal is to get like, I don't know, Justinian's plague. I think that's, if I can get old enough to get that one, I'm good. But no, no, my mom's safe and all of that, but her her voice is still very much fucked, so I can probably get away with like a gold tooth and she can't say much. Not that she has like anything to say about it, but he'd still be pissed. Chantel, have you read any Terry Pratchett books? I have not read the new John Green book, no. All right, if you read The Color of Magic, make sure to also read the next one, The Light Fantastic. Because in The Light Fantastic, there is a thing about teeth and steak that will absolutely make you love that book and that character. Just trust me on this one. It's something that will ring very, very true to you. No, to be clear, also no, it's all sort of, it's all safe, right? Like, don't get me wrong, it's all good. It's just like that the whatever the thing is, the it's not the normal pneumonia bacterium that because my mother is vaccinated against that one. It's a different one that is part of the same family as a tuberculosis bacterium. So it's all safe, I think. So I'm trusting my sister on that one, and well, she's got a PhD in veterinary medicine, so she at least knows something about stuff. Not like me. But yeah, but I've definitely been going for way too long, man. This has been like 4 hours and everything, man. So we might want to wind it down slowly. And yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. I do really appreciate that a lot. And yeah, be around somewhere, maybe with a video on Revenger by Alistair Reynolds, which is a book about teenage girls going space pirate, which is, something I personally want all teenage girls to do. I think it's character building and a lot of other things, right? Um, I won't do like a breakfast like writing sprint thing, whatever, on Monday because I have to go to the dentist at 9 a.m. Beyond that, who knows? Life's getting interesting. I will make a video on the Daniel Green thing sometime next week. And I might make a video on like German politics for non-Germans and why the election actually kind of matters and why stuff sucks. And I'm still thinking about doing like videos on like all the nonfiction stuff I've been reading because I think it's interesting. But the thing I'm struggling with is like, how do I make a video on like a nonfiction book without trying to explain all the stuff that's in the nonfiction book, while still making it an interesting video and going like, well, actually, you should read this because this is happening and this is, and so forth. It's like, how do I do that? I don't know. Who knows? It's a challenge. Yeah, Britain, it never stops. Britain, in the words of a long dead, way too good singer, and it goes on and on and on. It's heaven and hell. No, we're doing, we're doing Revenger, and it's so good. All right. Thanks, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. It was really good. I enjoyed it so much. I hope you did. Um, well, let's do that again sometime, right? See you guys around somewhere, and yeah, have a great Sunday tomorrow. Take it easy, read some good books, drink some good drinks. I don't know. I was going to say fight some good fascists, and then I realized there are no good fascists. Just like, do the things, be good people, and I'll see you around.